Cultfigga TV. Revolutionary salute. Revolutionary salute. Like, share, subscribe. Welcome to the House of Revolution. You know I'm your humble host, the Yao Ming of Revolution. And it seems like we got some serious explosions that's taking place across the country. Serious gas explosions that we're going to look into at the beginning of this program. Be sure to wipe your feet coming in the House of Revolution. Greetings, salute, soldier. I started to bring this last night, but I had to let it simmer. Let's just know exactly what happened. We got some big time gas explosions taking place in Fort Worth, Texas yesterday. But this been going on across the country, and I'm gonna line up a few videos. What's going on here? You know, we're not trying to be conspiracy theories. YouTube don't like that. They call that misinformation. So what we're gonna say, we're not calling this a terrorist attack. Oh, they call that misinformation. They'll get you for that. We just want to know why so many homes and buildings are blowing up. It don't have a history of doing this. I just want to make sure y'all understand this. We don't have a history of buildings blowing up and homes blowing up all over the country. So let's look at what happened last night in Fort Worth.
We continue our coverage of the breaking news in Fort Worth. Fort Worth police say they are working what they call a major incident, a mass casualty incident. Fox Source Dan England live in downtown Fort Worth with the latest on the ground for the explosion at the Sandman Hotel at 7th and Houston Streets. Dion.
Hi there, Clarice. I am at West 7th near Lamar, and I am just touching base or just talking with a gentleman here who tells me he is in town and he was staying at that hotel, the Sandman Hotel. He was not inside the hotel at the time, but what can you tell me about what's happened?
I was at the Fort Worth Club, which is an office that I have, and 7th floor, and the building just shook like someone slapped the side of it with your hand. So it was very loud and very violent explosion.
Okay, now you said you were next door. You're here because for your business, and you've stayed at this hotel before?
I have not. This is just a nice place, and it's very close to my offices. So.
And you said the hotel was not busy. There were not very many people.
It was, and it's a really nice hotel inside. I was very, very happy with it. But yeah, it was very astonishing to feel that, and then find out it's a hotel I'm staying at. So.
And now you're in a bit of a conundrum, trying to find out what's next for you.
You know, I'm just happy that hopefully not too many people got hurt, and the ones that did are going to make it. So for me to find another room is okay, but more important about to make sure people are okay and that it keeps going.
Definitely.
I can sleep in my car.
Well, Mike Vanka, thank you so much. I'm glad
you're
okay.
It looked like a bomb went off.
Thank you for stopping to talk to us.
What happened here?
Well, that is the account
like
of someone who says that he was staying at the hotel.
We're not saying that's
he was next door when that explosion happened about 3:30. Said he felt it. It felt like a violent shaking, almost like he should know. He's from Southern California, what an earthquake feels like. But we did talk with some others who also gave us their account of what they witnessed.
Oh, I couldn't believe it. It appeared to me that there's an explosion underground in the cellar area because the sidewalk was completely blown out, and the big chunks of sidewalk were in the street, and you can see the opening.
Yeah, that's not normal. That's not normal. That's not normal for buildings just to blow up. What's all these buildings and homes? What's all these gas explosions taking place across the country? That's not normal.
No gas. You saw gas. Did you see people who were injured?
We saw some people being taken out of the building on the second or third floor. The fire people had ladders, and they were helping them down.
But they didn't appear injured. We did see an ambulance bed come. We didn't see the person except being taken away, and his or her head was wrapped up, but he was sitting up. That's the only injured person we saw.
Well, back live here, there is still quite a significant number of emergency responders that are still at this scene. You can see just a lot of flashing lights. We're about a block and a half away from that explosion scene at the Sandman Hotel, a hotel that, as you heard from one gentleman who says he was staying there, it was not a very busy hotel, but he definitely says he was staying there. He's in town for business. Some others, according to a authorities. There were some injuries. We have heard 11 injuries thus far. And for now, there's not a sense of franticness, but definitely still the response in the aftermath of this explosion going on right now. Clarice, back to you.
Yeah, still a very active scene, Dion. Where you are, there were reports earlier of a smell of natural.
People are starting to pick up all across when you go into some of these comment sections. People are starting to say, wait a minute, didn't it just happen in this state? Wait, didn't it just happen in that? Wait a minute, this happening all over the country. What's going on here? People are starting to wonder, like, wait, why all these gas explosions all of a sudden across the country?
Natural gas. Do you smell gas right now?
We do not smell gas where we are. And I talked to a couple of folks who came they were walking from that direction or closer to where the blast occurred. And they said, one gentleman said he describes what smelled like burning paint. But I asked him specifically, did he smell gas or was there a smell of gas? And he said no. And again, we do not smell it here. We do know that Atmos has been on the scene and has cut gas. But as for what may have been the case a bit earlier, I guess we still need to hear more details and find out.
Yeah, and obviously the cause has not been determined yet, but when you look at the video that we've been showing people, when you see the force of whatever caused that explosion, I mean, it just absolutely ripped windows out, ripped up the sidewalk, and the first 2 floors of the Sandman building just devastated.
Definitely. And
what is so sick about this whole situation is the reason that they're staying so calm and they don't even know what happened. Damn hotel done blew up. Don't worry, we got 11 people injured. What type of injuries? They lose an arm, a leg, eyes? What type of injuries? But what happened here? No, stay calm. We don't want to mess up some of that New Year's money. Plenty of money to be made just to keep the population calm and spending. This is disgusting, really. They don't know what building could be next. They don't know.
We're hearing 11 injuries. Again, we don't know the extent of those injuries. What we see from those images look like it was a devastating blast or explosion.
Well, ma'am, she say what we seen from the injuries, it looked like it was describe it. Did it look like a war zone, ma'am? Did it look like a war zone? See, she don't want to say that.
As you heard from the gentleman who said he was next door, just like a violent shaking that occurred when it happened. So we are just really hoping for the best, listening out for more details.
Oh my goodness, boy! Ooh-wee. Israel want their money. Y'all better get them people their money, man. I mean, they willing to do anything, man. Y'all don't pay up. You know, let's try to see if we can find out a little bit more about this.
Some breaking news out of Fort Worth that we are getting this afternoon. As we understand it, there is an emergency situation at the Sandman Hotel in Fort Worth. This is on Houston Street. You can see some pictures here now coming to us from HD Chopper 8. You see some debris there in the middle of the street. We see quite a few emergency workers moving about there as well. The best that we've been able to discern so far is that this is some kind of a gas explosion.
Oh, really?
And as you just saw there on your screen, reports of multiple injuries. We don't know the severity of those injuries. We are getting very little information on this at this point, only to say that we have heard of a suspected gas explosion there at the Sandman Hotel in Fort Worth at Houston Street. You don't see a lot of activity on that street, obviously, other than a
lot of gas explosions around the country. Well, this look like if you didn't tell me, I'd say, "Ooh, Lord have mercy." Is that Ukraine? Hey, look like Ukraine after a drone done hit it. Oh no, that's Fort Worth, Texas. They had a gas explosion. Oh my goodness. A lot of gas explosions happening around this country. Is it sabotage?
the emergency workers there because, as you would imagine, they are no doubt shutting off different streets around that hotel. It looks like a significant amount of damage, at least there in the street. You can see what looks to be part of a facade there almost to the bottom of your screen there that is laying on that sidewalk there. And it looks like we've got pieces of insulation and then some smaller pieces, perhaps shattered windows as well there. And you can see on those bottom 2 floors, especially.
You're talking about goddamn side of the building blown off, goddamn it. Yeah, the structure is still there. But we look at this, windows blown. All that shit is gone right there down that hill. You know, it looks kind of, what? There ain't no riot. See these people, but I told you, they want to keep everybody quiet. So the money you spend, you want the money to stay spending. Keep the consumer spending. Because if the economy take a hit because explosions is happening all over the country, oh my goodness, Biden won't like that.
The wraparound there around that building, it looks like we've got some compromised windows there, but you can see emergency crews there. You know, if you can look between the trees there as they're kind of making their way across that street, they are out there at least doing some work at this point. We don't see, ambulances and people being rushed away and that sort of thing. So surreal scene coming to us there out of Fort Worth. Again, this is the Sandman Hotel there on Houston Street. We had heard of multiple injuries, as you just saw there on your screen. But at this point, again, we do not know the severity of those injuries or what types of injuries those are. But certainly a difficult situation there at that hotel that crews are responding to right now. It is hard to get an idea of the scale of this response just because we're getting into these buildings there in downtown Fort Worth. And so, we may have emergency crews staged all up and down these different roads and so forth, but you just can't see all of them like you normally would when we're talking about, let's say, a grass fire and we've got a big open field where you can see all the vehicles parked and all of the different personnel. We're going to keep on working to
That was the moment a newly renovated hotel exploded, shaking downtown Fort Worth.
This took place at the Sandman Signature Hotel on Houston Street. It's just a short walk from Sundance Square. Search and rescue crews were on the scene overnight, making sure no one is still trapped in that area. Now, we do know that 21 people were injured, but thankfully, and perhaps amazingly, everybody survived this blast. Fort Worth Fire says it appears to be a gas explosion. That investigation, though, is just beginning. Chris Ottegi is live outside the hotel this morning.
Chris, this blast really rattled everyone within blocks of it.
Yeah, Kara, and we were able to talk to some people who were on the ground here when the explosion happened, and they tried to describe for us what an explosion that can cause that kind of damage right there, what it felt and sounded like. Well, that is what it sounded like on some surveillance cameras in the area. A huge rumble. Businesses nearby said it looked like a movie scene explosion. Glass just shattered all over the sidewalk. Firemen trying to get the injured to safety. We spoke with an Uber driver who was driving down Houston Street, and he said first he heard it, and then he turned the corner. That's when he grabbed his cell phone and started shooting.
I knew it was an explosion because it was so loud. That's when I saw the firemen rescuing somebody out of the second floor.
And we talked to another business owner whose business is just across the street. They have a Segway tour business. He showed us the inside and a lot of damage to his business as well. Fortunately, though, for him and his customers, they were not open yesterday because of the rain. Mark and Kara, back to you.
Boy, thank you for the update, Chris. There's certainly a lot of questions still about this explosion. Want to bring in an expert on fires and explosions like these to help us understand just how things may have happened.
Yes, we're joined right now by Richard Meyer. Thank you for waking up with us early, Richard. We do appreciate it. Let's kick off this morning and talk about how explosions like this even happen.
Good morning. First, I'd like to give my best wishes to those who were injured in the incident and hope for a speedy recovery. As far as how explosions like this can occur, Typically, if this is in fact a gas leak, what we're looking for is the source of the gas. We're talking about, in this case, it's a very large volume of gas because of the amount of damage that was done. My understanding is that there was a restaurant in the basement of the structure. Restaurants typically will use a large volume of gas for their cooking appliances. So there could have been a leak from an appliance. It's an old building with old piping. It could have been a leak from the piping within the building, or it could have been a leak actually from outside the building. I've had several cases where there have been leaks in the gas mains that have leaked into a structure and then became ignited and caused the explosion.
Richard, we're showing people right now video of just some of that debris. Given just how large this explosion was, how surprised are you that nobody died?
Actually, pretty surprised. It's typically when you have an explosion like this, you will have a very intensive fireball. And the heat from a fireball like that can cause injuries very quickly, 2nd, 3rd degree burns, even 4th degree burns, which are basically to the bone. And it is not unusual for people to sustain serious burn injuries that they may survive for days, weeks, even months afterward, and still succumb to their injuries at a later time.
Now we're looking at this video, and to the layperson, we're going, okay, it's just debris everywhere. It's just a mess. But for an investigator, what are they looking at specifically, and what can all this debris tell them about what happened?
Well, what we're looking for is, we call it explosion dynamics. And basically it's, understanding how explosions occur and what happens afterwards. So in this case, we're looking, where is the debris coming from? What direction is it propelled into? What's the degree of damage on this side of the building? The source of the gas, the source of ignition, and some of that is based on the structural strength of various materials. So we have to take all that into account when we're trying to determine where the explosion began.
Mr. Meyer, thanks so much for waking up early with us and giving us your insight. We do appreciate it. I know our viewers do as well.
And his 12-year-old son, Keegan, identified by family and remembered as loving and devoted.
We have a full building completely gone. We have copious amounts of debris.
Greg Renko stepped outside Saturday morning to what he says felt like a war zone.
Houses are just dilapidated. They're falling apart. If you imagine almost a bomb going off in front of your house.
He helped pull his neighbor, who he says now is in critical condition, from the rubble.
You may have saved his life.
I hope so. I, in this community, have prayed hard.
The exact cause of the explosion still under investigation, with gas in the area turned off as a precaution.
This investigation may last for months, if not years.
The explosion with such a force, it literally lifted you off your feet?
They don't know nothing.
Threw us off the couch to the floor.
Rafael Kolinkowski lives several doors down, even spending time.
Are we all sitting on ticking time bombs across the country? What's going on here?
With some of the victims the night before the furious blast.
One day you see him, next day he's gone.
Now a community trying to support each other amid the utter devastation.
Sometimes things like this bring communities closer together, and I think that's what we have here in Plum right now.
And it's not clear when gas will be restored in this community, but People's Gas Company says an initial review showed its system was operating, quote, as designed. Investigators here warn that determining the cause could take months, if not years. For reference, last April, there was a different home explosion in the Plum borough, injuring a family of 5. And the cause in that incident still has yet to be determined. So, Chanel, a long road ahead here.
And our hearts certainly go out to that community. All right, Emily, thank you.
Hey,
Let's look at this apartment building that also just blew up. on across the country. All these buildings, these homes, these apartment buildings. Are we all sitting time bombs? They let us know what's going on. All this, they have no idea. We do have no idea. It's blowing up across the country. Yeah, that's what happened. Yeah. We need to pay, I need to pay attention. When it happened before, just I said, wait a minute. But this will happen all over the country. What's going on here? Would it be the meters that they putting on these buildings, on these houses, these smart meters? Well, I don't want that. We need to find out what's going on, because it seems like we're sitting on ticking time bombs across the country, and they tell us they don't know. They won't investigate it. They're gonna look into it, y'all. Just give them a little time. You know, there's nothing to see here, though. There's no conspiracies, though, they say. You don't got to worry about that.
We're learning more today about the terrifying house explosion outside our nation's capital. The blast, captured on cell phone camera, ripped the house apart, sending flames and debris into the air.
That scared the heck out of us. We didn't know what it was.
Shook your house.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it rocked our house.
This is what the house looked like before the explosion. A duplex, 2 connected 2-bedroom homes. And here it is after, reduced to a pile of charred rubble. Through the trees behind me, you can see what's left of the house. There's a burned out car in the driveway. The blast scattered debris all over this neighborhood. There's wreckage in the trees. Many of the neighbors' windows were blown out by the force of the explosion. It is a mess. So, what sparked the disaster in this quiet suburb? The drama began Monday afternoon when neighbors say the man who lives in the house, James Yu, started firing flares from his backyard. And not just 1 or 2, 30 to 40. When the cops tried to make contact with Yu, they say he opened fire on them. Then, just as they were moving in, the house exploded.
We need all fire apparatus. The house has exploded, I believe.
Neighbors say while they were stunned by the blast, they were not entirely surprised. The homeowner is being described today as a paranoid recluse who covered his windows with aluminum foil. His social media accounts are filled with unhinged rants.
The suspect was inside the residence at the time of the explosion, and he is presumed at this point to be deceased.
Now we need to look into a story that MSNBC, CNN, Fox News, none of them data cover. It's really disgusting. But secret tunnels found under a New York synagogue.
A synagogue in the New York City erupted into chaos over the discovery of a secret underground tunnel. Jewish synagogue members clashed with the New York Police Department to prevent the tunnel from being sealed off. Well, construction workers arrived on Monday to fill an illegal tunnel at the headquarters.
Now,
the address is...
If anybody has said that it was tunnels under synagogues where it was some very suspicious things going on, they would say that's anti-Semitic, and people been slandering these Jewish priests and rabbis for centuries, lying on them, saying that they was doing things with the blood of Christians. We heard the story, the Christian babies. We heard the story. But why do they have these tunnels under these synagogues, and then they want to fight with the police when the police get that or busted? But bigger than that, why isn't this on CNN and MSNBC and Fox News?
Also known as a number 770 in the Crown Heights neighborhood. Young Orthodox Jewish men climbed into the path to block the closure of the tunnel. The tunnel reportedly runs from the main synagogue to a now closed building next door. The motive behind its existence remains unclear as of now. It is also not known why the synagogue members reacted so chaotically to the arrivals of the authorities. Now, first reports of the tunnel surfaced in late 2023 after a resident complained about suspicious noises in his neighborhood for some time. The tunnel was reportedly dug during nights for some time. The unexpected discovery of the tunnel has raised concerns about the intent behind it as well as the stability of the building. And reacting to the incident, the World Headquarters has expressed at the vandalism by what it called a group of young agitators. The statement says that the actions will be probed and the sanctity of the synagogue will be restored. The New York police has arrested 10 people over claims that a demonstrator tried to pepper spray an officer there.
Some kidnappings could be, we know it's a lot of Jeffrey Epstein type things going on. That's serious business. You look up, a lot of New York rabbis have been caught for some pedo situations. But what were they doing with these tunnels under their synagogues in New York? If it was anybody else to be splashed all over the damn media, especially Fox News. But
Okay,
since it's
listen,
them,
folks,
they don't
I
need to
have
say nothing.
no idea what is going on right now, or at least at the time of this recording, I don't. This video will be uploaded a little bit later, but anyways, there's a story unfolding right now that is so bizarre that I feel the need to bring it to you all before I even start really digging. No pun intended, but apparently some illegal tunnels were found under a synagogue
about this
in New York City. And I mean, I don't know what to call it, but as I speak, chaos is unfolding. There's a little riot going on between the NYPD and a bunch of Jewish people. They found these secret tunnels built underneath their synagogue. Next thing you know, Jewish people just start popping out of holes in the ground.
Hamas had the tunnel.
It's so wild. But right now, there's like a riot going on, and they're literally pulling Jewish people out of holes in the ground. And I don't know what these tunnels are for. The claim that is out there right now is that apparently members of the synagogue or whatever, they started digging these tunnels during the lockdown a few years ago because, restrictions were really strict in New York. People couldn't go to church. People couldn't go to the synagogue. Well, apparently they started building tunnels underneath the ground. At least that's the excuse that they have out there. There's reports out there right now that there were people like in their homes, and they kept feeling like they're hearing someone in their house. And for the life of them, they didn't know what was going on. But apparently, there's been Jewish people chilling and hanging out underneath their house in a homemade underground tunnel that they're building through New York City. I mean, one of the busiest, biggest cities in the world, one of the most populated places in the world. You would think that these tunnels would have been discovered before now, but I'm like at a loss for words. Let me go ahead and show you what is going down out there, and then I'll be back with more. I need to regain my composure here real quick.
Y'all know they can't tell y'all what's actually going on. Remember, in ADL, to tell you the truth, any truth that harm them is blood libel, and it's also anti-Semitic. If you tell the truth about them and it has the public look at them a certain way, that's also anti-Semitic. They're not gonna tell y'all what all they found in them tunnels.
Okay, so obviously I don't have any inside information about what these tunnels were used for. Maybe people in New York already knew about this news story. I don't know, but from what I'm seeing, they showed up to the synagogue today with a cement truck trying to fill in the tunnel, and all of these people just started scrambling around. People started popping out of the tunnel like whack-a-moles. And like there's a lot of I need some time to process this information, but at one point it looks like they pulled out like a soiled mattress. And when I see stuff like that, I'm like, wait, were you guys down here like secretly going to church, or was there something else going on? Because right off the bat, when I hear secret underground tunnel, I'm like, okay, obviously there's some crazy, creepy, illegal activity happening here. But the claim that is out there is that this was just so they could worship without having to worry about the restrictions that were in NYC during the beer bug. But they're pulling out like soiled mattresses. And I mean, 2024 just started. Okay? I've had a lot on my plate, literally, like food-wise and news-wise, since the new year started. So much going on. Now we have people popping out of holes. We got hotels exploding. We got Jewish people popping out of holes, underground illegal tunnel systems like freaking Hamas. Like this is Hamas in Gaza, but no, it's New York City. How were they able to even do this without, I don't know, running into some wires, some pipes, something? It's so crazy to me that this is happening. And like I said, the excuse that is out there is that this was for like worship, like religious purposes, but one can't help but look at this and think that there may be a lot more to this story. And of course, like I said, 2024 has just started. It's really crazy right now. We got all of these documents dropping about like these weirdos that like kids and like all of this weird stuff they were doing on that little island, right? And I'm not saying that these two stories have anything to do with each other. I'm just saying that when we used to talk about, oh, underground tunnels being used to traffic kids, like that was viewed as a conspiracy theory. But now we know that the elites have been doing weird things with kids. And now we know that at the very least, I'm not saying this story has anything to do with that, but at the very least, it's possible to have these secret underground tunnels. You can't look like when people talk about secret underground tunnels now, you can't think of it as a conspiracy because, hell, they have them in New York City under the synagogue. There's Jewish people chilling in there right now. So I don't know what's going to come of this story. Obviously, it's very interesting. I'm going to keep looking into it. Everyone's going to be looking into the fake aliens in Miami. But I think this is a story that we should maybe be paying attention to. Maybe there's nothing to it. Hopefully, they're telling the truth. If this was just for religious purposes, this was just their way of bypassing the rules and regulations that were in place during the beer bug. But that's over. Those rules and restrictions are no longer there. So what is this tunnel being used for now? That's a question that I am going to try to find the answer to. But for now, let me know what you think about this down in the comments below.
democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. We turn now to South Carolina, where President Biden delivered his second campaign speech of the year at the historic Mother Emanuel AME Church in Charleston, South Carolina, where in 2015, 8 Black parishioners and their pastor were shot dead by a white supremacist. Biden remembered the victims.
On June 17, 2015, the beautiful souls, 5 survivors, invited a stranger into this church to pray with them. The word of God was pierced by bullets of hate, of rage, propelled by not just gunpowder, but by a poison that has for too long haunted this nation. What is that poison? White supremacy. Oh, it is. It's a poison. Throughout our history.
Oh, yeah?
Ripped this nation apart.
Well, why are you funding them in Ukraine? Why them house niggas funding them? Why they funding them in Ukraine? These people don't give a damn about that, but guess what? They've been using that for far too long. And shame on them damn coons. Because every time I done talk to any elder civil rights leader about white supremacy, they done talk to me about voters' rights. That's serious business. Remember that. Anytime I talk to them about the KKK, they talking to me about voters' rights. So don't that game they trying to play, shame on them. But we this 2024, we're gonna deal with them about that.
He says no place in America.
Yeah.
Not today, tomorrow, or ever.
Yeah, right. I don't believe you.
That's all right.
As he spoke, Biden was disrupted by activists demanding a Gaza ceasefire.
Without light, there's no path from this darkness.
If you really care about the lives lost here, you should honor the lives lost and call for a ceasefire in Palestine.
As the protesters were removed from the church, supporters of President Biden began chanting 4 more years. He addressed the protesters.
I understand their passion, and I've been quietly working with the Israeli government to get them to reduce and significantly get out of Gaza. I'm using all that I can to do that.
Without naming Donald Trump, Biden blasted the former president and leading 2024 Republican candidate as a loser who tried to overthrow the 2020 election results by urging his supporters to storm the U.S. Capitol on January 6, 2021. A number carried Confederate flags and wore white supremacists and far-right symbols. Following the massacre at the Emanuel AME Church in 2015, following the mass funeral at the University of Charleston Arena that thousands came out for, our next guest, Bree Newsome Bass, scaled the 30-foot flagpole at the South Carolina State Capitol and removed the Confederate flag. As police officers shouted at her to come down, she shimmied to the top of the flagpole, took the flag in her hand and said, "You come against me with hatred. I come against you in the name of God. This flag comes down today."
You come against me with hatred and oppression and violence. I come against you in the name of God. This flag comes down today.
While Bree Newsome was arrested along with an ally, it was only after this action that the Confederate flag was formally removed from the South Carolina State House grounds. Republican presidential candidate Nikki Haley was governor of South Carolina at the time. She has faced fresh backlash after she didn't mention slavery when asked about the cause of the U.S. Civil War during a recent town hall in New Hampshire. Well, for more, we're joined in Raleigh, North Carolina by Bree Newsome Bass, artist, anti-racist activist. Bree, welcome back to Democracy Now! This certainly does take us back. As people debate whether it was Nikki Haley who ultimately forced the flag to come down, we're going to the woman who actually took it down and risked your freedom to do it. Talk about why you did that then. Ultimately, the legislature would vote to take it down, and how you feel about what's happening today.
Yes, and thank you again so much for having me on. You know, I want to make it clear, yes, I did scale the pole and take the Confederate flag down. this was an issue that people had been protesting for years and years and years. And that's part of what made it so egregious in 2015 when we had the massacre at Emmanuel AME, and South Carolina refused to lower the flag, because part of the reason why they were refusing to lower the flag is that they had passed a law in the year 2000 saying that it couldn't be lowered for any reason after they moved it from the Capitol Dome to the flagpole on the lawn where it was at the time that I took it down. So this had been going on for years and years and years. And Nikki Haley actually opposed taking the flag down right up until those massacres occurred, and the mounting political protest and the pressure made it where she basically had to, at that point, support the flag coming down. So ideologically, she has never really had this stance of being opposed to either the Confederacy or, excuse me, symbols of the Confederacy, and certainly not opposed to racist policy. She went right from the governorship to serving in the Trump administration. And she's had a number of incidents over the years where the things that she says or the things that she does directly contradict with her, her claim of having led the way on taking the Confederate flag down. At one of her recent rallies, she played that song, Find Out in a Small Town, the song that people really raised a lot of concern about because it was obviously alluding to sundown towns and the racial violence that Black people have experienced here for decades and decades and decades. So this is not new for Nikki Haley. It just shows that she does not really represent anti-racism in any real way.
And Bree, I'd like to ask you, in response to President Biden's speech, you posted on social media a quote, how the Black church is used as a prop for white politicians actually proves the point that racism is alive and well and strong. Could you expand on that?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I mean, I think that the whole way that the incidents in 2015, both the massacre at Emmanuel AME, the refocus on the Confederate flag there in South Carolina, the formal ceremony around taking the flag down, and the way that American politics returns to those moments again and again and again speaks to how relevant it still is. The fact that Black churches are frequently used as, political campaign stops for politicians. In this case with Joe Biden, he is clearly trying to make an appeal, not just to Black voters, but really trying to fend off criticism that he is racist, that he is sponsoring a genocide. And that criticism is completely well-founded because he is sponsoring a genocide. And genocide is the most extreme form of racial violence that there is. And so to use the pulpit at Emmanuel AME in this manner, to make it a prop essentially for Joe Biden's re-election bid, to me is the greatest assault on truth. I know Joe Biden stood there in the pulpit and said that there is an assault on truth that's happening right now. Joe Biden is in many ways leading that assault. And I know that he's running against Donald Trump, who we know is also a serial liar, but Donald Trump is not the one who is currently in office right now. It is Joe Biden. And this effort to use the church, not just the Black church, but the site of racial violence, of a mass murder, to deflect from the fact that Joe Biden himself is bombing churches, bombing mosques, bombing places of worship, and murdering many civilians, people who have sought shelter in those places. It just exposes the complete hypocrisy of this entire situation and the vacuum of moral leadership at the top. And that's why I took offense to it. I think that's why many people who watched it took offense to it. I'm very glad that the young people stood up and protested, because even though they were few in that audience, they represented the majority of people worldwide.
It's interesting, Bree. The polls that have just come out today indicate that Nikki Haley is surging in the polls in New Hampshire. You referenced where she stood on the Confederate flag. I wanted to go back to 2014, when then South Carolina Republican Governor Nikki Haley suggested South Carolina had resolved its image problem and that having the Confederate flag at the State House was fine because not a single CEO had complained. She was speaking at a gubernatorial debate.
You know, the Confederate flag is a very sensitive issue. And what I can tell you is over the last 3.5 years, I spend a lot of my days on the phones with CEOs and recruiting jobs to this state. I can honestly say I have not had one conversation with a single CEO about the Confederate flag. What is important here is that we look at the fact that, yes, perception of South Carolina matters. That's why we have everybody answering the phones. It's a great day in South Carolina. That's why we're being named the friendliest state, the most patriotic state, and getting all these great accolades. But we really kind of fixed all that when you elected the first Indian American female governor, when we appointed the first African American U.S. senator.
That was Nikki Haley back in 2014. Bree Newsome-Bass, your final comment.
I mean, I think that says it all, right? So first of all, she's saying that it's okay. The optics are okay, right? We're not talking about the substance. We're not talking about the experience. We're not talking about whether people are actually experiencing equal treatment under the law, just the optics. So the optics are fine because it's not disrupting business, right? And then the other thing that she offers as evidence that everything is okay is the fact that she's non-white. She is an Indian American woman, and then she points to other people in the administration, excuse me, who are non-white. Well, that's the entire problem right there. The idea is that so long as we can keep business going as usual, it doesn't matter that there's violence. It doesn't matter that there's racism. All that matters is the optics. And that is what Nikki Haley's campaign represents in her falsely claiming that she led the way on taking the Confederate flag down. That's what Joe Biden's campaign represents in terms of thinking that all that matters is giving a speech at a church and ignoring all of the churches that are being blown up and all of the Palestinians that are being killed, ignore the fact that young people are demanding a future and we have people who are older who don't seem to care at all that this assault in Palestine is disproportionately affecting children or killing children. And then in the case of Nikki Haley, again, she does not truly represent any of the things that she is claiming when it comes to being anti-racist. You can say whatever words you want to say, you can put together whatever kind of events you want to put together, but the fact is that the truth is going to be the truth. We see what is actually happening, and I support all of the disruptions because the last thing that we need is to carry on business as usual when our democracy is absolutely under attack. Democracy is under attack worldwide. And genocide is the most extreme form of racial violence that there is. So there's no way that we are fighting white supremacy simply by taking down a flag or having an event at Emmanuel AME in the midst of genocide, in the midst of doing away with affirmative action, voting rights, the attack on abortion rights. This is where we are at. It's a very dangerous place. And I hope that people look beyond the optics and support those people who are disrupting, because the last thing that we need is to carry on with business as usual.
Abortion rights? What the hell is she talking? See, these people, man. Lady, we not worried about no abortion rights, man.
Without light, there's no path from this darkness.
If you really care about the lives lost here, you should honor the lives lost and call for a ceasefire in Palestine. Ceasefire now! Ceasefire now! Ceasefire now!
That's all right. That's all right. That's all right. That's all right.
Look at the faces of them coons. There's a bunch of coons. I get you. Y'all embarrassed. A nice little picture with the president.
That was footage from a speech President Biden gave at Mother Emanuel Church in Charleston, South Carolina yesterday. The historically Black church and site of Dylan Race's 2015 massacre served as a staging ground for the president to try to rally voters in the state ahead of the 2024 election. Now, MSNBC host and former Biden aide Simone Sanders lashed out at protesters at the church, saying Mother Emanuel AME is hallowed ground in the AME church community. In Charleston especially, the shock of people in the crowd at protesters yelling out while President Biden was speaking from the pulpit cannot be overstated. I, too, couldn't believe it. The president's poll numbers continue to stay stagnant. A new AP poll suggests that many Democratic voters would be unsatisfied if Biden were nominated as the Democratic candidate for president, while more independent voters would be dissatisfied if Biden were nominated than Trump.
Well, the polling hits keep coming. Future Majority reports Trump is up 6 points in crucial swing state Pennsylvania, while Rasmussen reports shows large swaths of voters, nearly 2/3 of voters, see the crisis at the southern border as an invasion, a critical failure point for Biden as immigration continues to rank very highly as an important issue for voters. Here to discuss Biden's reelection chances and polling data is host of the Savvy Saps podcast, Sabrina Salvati. Welcome back, Sabrina.
Good morning. Thanks so much for having me on.
Always great to see you. First, why don't you address this dust up at the church and the complaints from some people like Simone Sanders that this was inappropriate given the setting?
The nerve of Joe Biden to appear at a Black church after he has reneged on the promises that he made to the Black community when he ran for president in 2020. Right. He has some gall. This just goes to show you, if you look at the protesters that were in the audience of that church, those were younger voters. It shows you that once again, Joe Biden has not found a way to connect with young voters in this country. Most of the people in that audience are older voters, which is what you would expect if you go to a lot of the Black churches, predominantly in the South. But we can't be mistaken. Jim Clyburn is sitting there right next to Joe Biden, almost as a sidekick, so to speak. And Jim Clyburn bears the responsibility of some of this as well, because he was the one that told his constituents to support Joe Biden in 2020, because Joe Biden was going to deliver for the African-American community. I actually graduated from the University of South Carolina, but I didn't grow up in South Carolina. So I never really understood the admiration for someone like Jim Clyburn. People would say to me, it's because he hosts a fish fry. You can fry your own fish. This just goes to show you how little we are willing to settle for in the Black community. We need to start asking these leaders, some of the Black leaders, what are they doing for the community today? And Jim Clyburn is not doing much for the community today. His district is one of the poorest districts in the country. Meanwhile, Jim is living just fine. So I think people like him have led us down this path. They've had us continue on the same path that we've been doing for the past couple decades, which is why we haven't received any type of progress when it comes to politics in this country. Now, in reference to Simone Sanders, we have to remember Simone Sanders was Joe Biden's senior advisor when he was running for president for 2020. She was hoping that she would get that press secretary gig. That didn't pan out for her. He gave that to Jen Psaki instead. And it almost seems like they gave her an MSNBC position kind of to just quiet her for so much of a bit. But this is Simone Sanders' job. She is still supposed to carry weight for the Democratic Party, to carry weight for Joe Biden, to defend him at all costs. And when she makes this statement that she's more concerned about the protesters that confronted Joe Biden, I'm more concerned about genocide, Simone. I'm more concerned about our tax dollars being spent to fund these wars abroad. I'm more concerned about the fact that the Democratic Party till this day refuses to give any type of real concessions to the African-American community. Those are the things that Simone Sanders should be upset about, but she's not. She's trying to make sure she holds her spot at MSNBC.
I think you make a number of really important points there, both about Clyburn's influence in the district. Remember that a significant majority of South Carolina voters in 2020, so they voted for Joe Biden precisely because of Jim Clyburn's endorsement, as opposed to anything particular about Joe Biden. He really is a kingmaker in the state. He also, as you pointed out, has one of the poorest districts in the country, and perhaps unrelatedly in terms of his political affiliations, has taken more money from the pharmaceutical industry than any other member of Congress. Now, as back to the Simone Sanders tweet and the backlash, You did see a lot of people making exactly that point in response to her tweet saying, what about the genocide? You're talking about hollow ground in a church when people are protesting Israel's bombing of the third oldest church in the entire world that is in Gaza and the treatment of so many Palestinian Christians who have died in the birthplace of Christianity. Christmas, obviously, we remember was canceled this year. And the birthplace of Jesus. And of course, a former Christian Congress member, two family members were killed pretty early on in this conflict. I want to ask you about the kind of racial dynamics of this as they played out in the wake of this controversy. One of the initial accusations was that these were white protesters that were disrupting a Black space. And there was a clear kind of identity politics pivot that was made by the Democratic Party to say these are pesky white protesters that show no respect for the Black community, and trying to pit the Black community, which has shown so much solidarity for the Palestinian cause, against the Palestinian community, both the United States of America and in the diaspora. What do you make of that choice? And what is the truth of what was happening there in the church?
There was also, if you look at the woman standing next to the white woman there was a Black person there too as well. But the thing is that you should be disrupting these spaces whenever these politicians are present. This is where Joe Biden chose to be present at that point in time, regardless if it's a Black church, regardless if it's a school, regardless if it's a fundraiser that these politicians are attending. You should disrupt all spaces in effort to cease fire in reference to a genocide. I can't even believe people are using this type of excuse when they're sitting up here carrying weight for a president of the United States who co-wrote the crime bill. Like, this is just absolutely ridiculous. Now he's complicit in a genocide. Anything to protect the status quo, anything to protect the Democratic Party, which is a corporate organization. We have to push back against the status quo in this country. And I don't know what it's going to take at this point. I do know that Jim Clyburn, for example, did have a challenger. I believe Marcel is running against Jim Clyburn again. Like, I don't know what more it's going to take for people to really wake up and understand that the status quo is leading us to a dead zone in this country. And if we want some type of real concessions for the Black community, we're going to have to push some of these former Black leaders to the side, and we need new leadership. That's what it's really going to take. But I think that's an excuse that they tried to use. Of course, they tried to play this card. How dare they even show up in that space in the first place? Well, Joe Biden is in that space. And Joe Biden is an African-American. That's not really what it's about. Wow. They just didn't like the fact that they interrupted the idea of the protest.
Are you sure he's not African-American? Because I have a hard time imagining that a white presidential candidate would turn to the Black community and say, you ain't Black if you don't support me. I'm joking. Of course, we should just also mention, I don't know that we know actually the race of this woman in the middle. She very may well be Palestinian. And we also should note, because we didn't do it so up top, and we cut the clip off a little bit early, the Free Palestine cheers and advocates were drowned out by the rest of the crowd chanting 4 more years. And some folks thought that was a really interesting demonstration of the priorities of the Democratic Party, that calls for peace and a ceasefire would be responded to with a political cry. I also just wanted to read one tweet from journalist Terrell Jermaine Starr, who I think represented some interesting pushback here. He said, if you invite politics into the pulpit by inviting a presidential candidate to speak at a church, you welcome debate in the pews. Do you think there's something to that you open the door to this kind of a political response if you turn a church, a house of worship, into a pulpit for a political exercise?
That's right. I mean, everyone that attends this event isn't necessarily supposed to agree with Joe Biden and praise and applaud Joe Biden. We're supposed to have free speech in this country, right? So we're supposed to welcome those opportunities. But the thing is that when we look at people, again, like the puppet sitting next to him, Jim Clyburn, he has these churches in his back pocket. This is why so many people, he was able to convince them to come out and support Joe Biden instead of Bernie Sanders, because Jim Clyburn has Black churches on speed dial. He's able to win over that congregation, and that's all it takes. And people have to understand that a lot of this, when we talk about politics and how people choose to vote in reference to the Black community, a lot of it starts with the Black church. So that is where you have to go to make some type of change. If Jim Clyburn was serious about progress in this country, All he would have to do was say, listen, guys, this has not been working. We've been supporting the Democratic Party. It is time for us to move outside of this vehicle. And it is time for us to honestly push towards some type of third party or independent race, because they actually haven't been helping the African-American community. They would follow him, Bree. They would go where he will go. That's the thing. So Jim Clyburn, people like him, they are holding us back. And that's a big problem.
Savvy Sabs, thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Of weird things that some people like, Joe Biden gave a speech over the weekend, and we're going to take a look at it and we're going to break it down. He is orienting his entire campaign, as would have been expected, around the well-trodden path of that genius of politics, Hillary Clinton, before him. Trump bad, Trump bad, Trump bad, and
Talking
January
pills good.
6th.
He's got to take his talking pills.
Yes. Trump bad, January 6th bad, Nazis go. All right. So let's take a look at what he had to say.
For the first time in our history, insurrectionists had come to stop the peaceful transfer of power in America. First time. Smashing windows, shattering doors, attacking the police. Outside, gallows were erected as the MAGA crowd chanted, "Hang Mike Pence." Inside, they hunted for Speaker Pelosi. The House was chanting as they marched through and smashed windows. Over 140 police officers were injured. Jill and I attended the funeral of police officers who died as a result of the events of that day.
What did you just say?
Okay, yeah. So he says that he attended the funerals of police officers who died as a result of the events of that day.
The suicide. Okay, so he's not doing the fake one where they said he got beat to death, because the suicide.
Well, he's being cute about it. He's being cute about it. He's saying, well, they died as a result of that because 2 officers did delete themselves.
Yeah, right.
So he's playing it. So Keaton, what did you think about that line?
Yeah, well, I mean, look, it's just obscuring the truth of what happened. I remember while I was watching January 6th go down, I was having a great time watching the events unfold. It was a really fun-filled afternoon of action. Better TV than whatever was on at the time. During COVID lockdowns, it was like bar rescue reruns, and so January 6th was great compared to that. And so I was having a great time, and then I heard on the news that a woman had died, and I'm like, oh no. That really puts a damper on it. Like, that really took all the fun out of January 6th, when we found out that a woman had died, because the assumption was, and based on the coverage, we were made to believe that the rioters had killed someone.
Right. Yeah.
Turns out the woman who they were talking about was Ashley Babbitt, who was gunned down by a cop inside of the Capitol. Then they tried to make it sound like cops were killed. Then we found out cops were not killed, and that cops died the next day, right? There was one cop who I think died either the next day or the day
died
after.
the next day. We're gonna get into that.
But wait, he goes, okay, this sounds really serious that 2 cops died as a result of this. Why do you need to pad those charges with they were shouting, "Hang Mike Pence"? Because I gotta say, I never felt so sympathetic.
That's not even what they were shouting. They were shouting, "Mike Pence is hung." They were only fans.
But the way he said it, I'm like I could possibly give it. Who gives a shit about Mike Pence? Certainly no Democrat and no Republican.
Well, apparently not the people at the Capitol on that day. So this is also a distortion of events. So it is not that there was no rioting. It's not that there was no vandalism, but there was also kind of a guided tour going on.
First time in history.
Very strange, because I'm a tour guide. Keaton's a tour guide. And we know tour guiding when we see tour guiding, and this does not look like fighting off an angry crowd.
Right.
This is more what you do when you're guiding a tour group. This is what you do when you have 50 kids from Sheboygan who are coming to play the Thanksgiving Day parade.
I was about to say, I've had school groups from Kentucky that were more unruly than that, walking them around Radio City Music Hall.
Yeah, so that's not really consistent with this story that he's telling of desperate fighting for life and limb. These cops, it's almost like some of the cops were in on it, but we are told that
you're cherry picking.
We're told that the Capitol Police is safe and effective, and we have no reason to doubt that. All right, so let's see what else our illustrious leader had to tell us.
He had one act left, one desperate act available to him: the violence of January the 6th. Since that day, more than 1,200 people have been charged for their assault on the Capitol. Nearly 900 of them have been convicted or pled guilty. Collectively, to date, they have been sentenced to more than 840 years in prison.
Wow.
Doesn't that speak to what a fascist you are?
Well, it's also not consistent. What did they give the QAnon shaman? 42 months? They gave him 42 months?
48, something like that.
Was it
And then they
48?
let him out.
48 months. But you know who only got 6 months? This guy.
We are going to the Capitol.
This is you probably heard of him. There's a fellow named Ray Epps. And wow. You would think they would have thrown the book at this guy, right? Look at him.
No, when we go in, are we going to get arrested when we go up there?
Look at him. He's telling people to come in right on camera. We've got him there at the front, breaking through the barricades. Look at him. Look at him egging people on, stirring up the crowd. Look at this.
Oh, I think he was telling them to cooperate.
Look at him running up the stairs in his military fatigues. Wow, did they throw the book at that guy?
Well, he was trying to calm things down, I believe, is what. And
Oh,
also he cooperating with the police.
Oh, so
both before and after the event.
There's a misinterpretation. Did that look like calming things down to you, Keaton?
No, well, he flies his cronies out to Ray Epstein's island. He has an island that he flies people out to. I want to see who's on the Ray Epstein list, because that might answer a lot of questions as to why he only got 6 months. As I understand, there's a list of people associated with Ray Epstein that's not public yet. But I think once we find that out, that'll answer a lot of questions, tie up a lot of loose ends. Because
you're saying he anglicized his name. He's not actually Ray Epps. He's Ray Epstein.
Yeah, well, Epstein, that name kind of went out of fashion. You know?
He looks like Mulder and Scully's boss from X-Files, kind of.
A little bit. He needs a pack of Lucky Strikes.
Yeah, he's what?
Yeah, Mitch Pileggi. Wow, yeah, good call, Kurt. Wow, that's a name I haven't heard in a long time.
Yeah,
because he's dead. Okay, so let's see. The smoking man is dead. All right, so let's see what else he has to say.
This is coming from a president who called, when he visited cemeteries, called dead soldiers suckers.
Wow, he pulled that out.
Remember that?
No, wait. He goes full Clint right there. He goes full Clint Eastwood.
Suckers and losers. Remember that?
Oh, God damn it. You remember he called them
You know
suckers?
what is something funny? I know a guy whose brother.
You feel lucky, Trump?
Sometimes.
Oh, hell is this little body that they're talking
Fuck
about?
Trump up, he's saying.
Crack a beer bottle over his head, beat his wife.
With former aides, Trump plans to invoke the Insurrection Act, which will allow him to deploy, which is not allowed to do in ordinary circumstances, allow him to deploy U.S. military forces on the streets of America. He said it. He calls those who oppose him vermin. He talks about the blood of America as being poisoned, echoing the same exact language used in Nazi Germany.
As the Israelis.
Everyone's a Nazi. So what do we say about people who send the IRS to the homes of journalists on the days that they testify before Congress? Are those like Nazis in Nazi Germany? Right. Because that's what the Biden administration's IRS did to Matt Taibbi. Was that a coincidence that they went to his house that day? Isn't this the
Or
same?
what about presidents who, fight in court for their right to strong arm social media companies into censoring online speech? That sounds like a trademark of fascism. That sounds like an element of fascism, as friend of show Cornel West would say.
No, it's not. They're just look. You have to defend. You have to defend democracy and journalism with these things.
Well, it's like the famous My Lai massacre. We had to destroy the village in order to save it. For Joe Biden, America is My Lai, and he has to destroy it in order to save it. They have to destroy democracy to save democracy. They have to take away your freedom of speech to preserve your freedom of speech. Apparently, none of these people have read Orwell.
No, they read it, but they were like, "This is like great ideas."
Yeah, it's a user's manual.
To think about that fake thing that Trump supposedly called veterans suckers, which I think is like an intelligence community person said, blah blah. It's like fake completely, but it just makes me laugh every time I hear. Cause I didn't think I'd ever hear that again. That canard. And
he does a lot of those. He does a lot of those.
Yeah,
I'm surprised he didn't start talking about the Russian bounties on soldiers.
Oh well, I met a guy not too long ago whose brother lost both his legs guarding a poppy field in Afghanistan for a pedophile, because that's who we fought with, as you know, the Northern Alliance. I just think it like he said about dead guys. A lot of living people who feel like that.
Okay. All right. So moving along. All right. So Joe Biden tried to stir up that old President Bartlett magic for all the morons who thought West Wing was inspiring, and tries to bring us back to that Reagan-esque magic of our shining city on a hill of a country.
We look in the mirror and ultimately never pretend we're something we're not. That's what great nations do.
What?
We're a great nation. We're the greatest nation on the face of the earth. We really are. That's the America I see in our future. We get up. We carry on. We never bow. We never bend. We speak of possibilities.
We drive for Uber. We drive for Lyft. We work minimum wage jobs, 3 of them, to keep our children from starving on the streets. That's who we are. We're America, damn it. We don't need health care. We have duct tape.
Not carnage. We're not weighed down by grievances. We don't foster fear. We don't walk around as victims. We take charge of our destiny. We get our job done with the people, help with the people we find in America.
What?
Who find their place in
the people who crowd the Oval Office in my dreams. I see them all coming to me at night. My 3rd grade school teacher, my brothers and sisters, long dead now.
Changing world, and dream and build a future that not only they, but all people deserve a shot at.
Yeah.
Remember when his dad's kibbutz was destroyed 65 years after October 7th?
That must, you know what I think he's thinking of? He's thinking of the time that he went to see Nelson Mandela. Yeah. Or maybe he's thinking of the time that he marched for civil rights, or all of the other events that he claims
being the first Irishman on the moon.
He saw Forrest Gump and he decided that's me. That's me. I was at every pivotal event in American history somewhere in the background.
Some real friction in Israeli society, especially over what happened on October 7th, how October 7th happened in the first place, why it was not disrupted, especially now that we know there were plenty of indications in advance that this was going to happen. Then the response itself has come under incredible scrutiny. And this is really blowing up at this point. So put this up on the screen. There's now demands for an investigation into what exactly happened at Kibbutz Be'eri in what they're describing as the tank fire incident. Now, I wanted to make sure to cover this because we haven't covered it yet. There have been inklings for a while, but we wanted to wait until there was more concrete proof that some of the deaths that occurred at this kibbutz were caused by Israeli military fire. Now, let me be clear. The overwhelming number of deaths on October 7th, as far as the evidence shows, was committed by Hamas. This is not an attempt to undercut the horrors of that day or the horrors and atrocities that were committed by Hamas. However, let me read from this piece in Haaretz. They say there is no demand more justified than that of relatives of people killed in the hostage incident at Kibbutz Be'eri to investigate the army's actions and to receive answers about the circumstances of their loved one's death. Moreover, the families should not have to make this demand alone. The IDF must give them and the public an explanation for the Army's conduct on October 7th outside the home of Pesci Cohen. Above all, it must disclose whether the so-called Hannibal Directive, and I'll explain what that is in a moment, which states that hostage-taking should be prevented even at the price of harm to our own forces, was used against the Israelis held hostage in that house. So they're saying what happened here and the actual direct cause of death of so many people at Pesci Cohen's house in this kibbutz, this needs to be investigated. So what is the Hannibal Directive? As a little bit of context and backstory here, put this up on the screen from Al Jazeera. So the directive, known as the Hannibal Procedure or Hannibal Protocol, is an Israeli military policy that stipulates the use of maximum force in the event of a soldier being potentially kidnapped. This is according to a former soldier and co-founder of an activist group called Breaking the Silence. Quote, "You will open fire without constraints in order to prevent the abduction," he said, adding that the use of force is carried out even at the risk of killing a captive soldier. In addition to firing at the abductor, soldiers can fire at junctions, roads, highways, and other pathways opponents may take a kidnapped soldier through. The Israeli military has denied the interpretation of the directive, but there have been other indications and reports in the past that this has been utilized. And so the allegation here is that the people who were on the scene, the IDF officers who were on the scene, rather than risking people being taken hostage, which we know is a very emotional issue, they decided to fire on this house, killing almost everybody who was inside. This is now based on a New York Times report, put this up on the screen, of what unfolded at that kibbutz. The headline here is "The Day Hamas Came." And this is the pivotal moment. So they're interviewing this man, General Hiram, who was sort of leading the action or directing the action from the Israeli side at this kibbutz. And in the story, they write, as the dusk approached, the SWAT commander and General Hiram began to argue. The SWAT commander thought more kidnappers might surrender. The general wanted the situation resolved by nightfall. Minutes later, the militants launched a rocket-propelled grenade, according to the general and other witnesses who spoke to the Times. Quote, "The negotiations are over," General Hiram recalled, telling the tank commander. "Break in even at the cost of civilian casualties." The tank fired 2 light shells at the house. Shrapnel from the second shell hit Mr. Dagan, that's one of the hostages, in the neck, severing an artery and killing him, according to his wife, who was one of the only people who survived here. During the melee, the kidnappers were also killed. Only 2 of the 14 hostages survived. So one of them, this Ms. Porat, who they indicate there, she had actually, one of the kidnappers surrendered, took off his shirt to show he wasn't wearing a suicide vest, took her with him as a human shield, really, and brought her out. That's how she was able to survive. And part of what's critical about that context is then the Israeli military officers who are there on the scene, they interview her. And she tells them there are 14 hostages in this house. So it's not like they didn't know that there were civilians there in the house. When General Hiram tells the New York Times, he gives the order to fire, for the tank to fire on this house. And everyone, save for one person who remained inside, is ultimately killed. So that is causing a huge fracture within Israeli society about what the hell happened on October 7th and how many of the people who were killed were actually at the hands of the IDF executing the quote unquote Hannibal directive?
Yeah, that's the big question. I mean, there's been a lot of discussion about this now for months on end, and a lot of, speculation about helicopter fire and the level of casualties and all of that. But it's like you said, Crystal, we really wanted to wait for like ironclad evidence.
Yeah.
You got a general here who says he ordered them to go in regardless.
That's
casualties.
pretty ironclad.
That's pretty good in terms of evidence. And then you've got here the Haaretz investigation citing the people inside the community who say and ask whether the directive was in play or not. And that's obviously one of those where you should have a real question about that in a democracy or in a society. Imagine if that was U.S. policy. And by the way, it's a legitimate one. I could see both sides. There was that whole debate when people thought Dick Cheney might have shot down United 93. And it's like, well, are you allowed to crash into the Capitol? What do you do? How can you say there are innocent lives? It's a genuine moral quandary for a leader. And that's why you should have practices and all these other things in place for decision making. Clearly, they had that in the past. Hostages have been a very emotional problem for Israel many, many times, and it wouldn't be outside the realm of possibility that that's something that they did. And it does appear, at least in a small instance, that they did it almost certainly here in this case. But you get to debate that, in a democratic society. And I think that's the big question. Unfortunately, and I'm really glad the way that you phrase it at the beginning, no one's trying to say that the vast majority of the people who were killed were not done so by Hamas. But, it's also a legitimate question, as it would be on 9/11. It doesn't obscure the 9/11 hijackers if a plane was shot out of the sky. Clearly, it was a direct result of that. But it's still a legitimate question about things that that were done in our name, or in this case, in the Israeli name, authority and policy, and what it means now, I think, for how does it translate to the existing hostages? We already know that, 3 of the hostages were shot and killed by IDF soldiers, even when they were waving white flags around. We know that some have been reported dead. Now, Hamas claims that it's because of an airstrike. We do know that the hostages who were freed and who eventually met with Netanyahu said, you have no idea what you're doing. We heard the airstrikes above us all the time. These are genuine questions. I mean, so then the question is that directive still in place today? There's a current report that Yahwa or Yaha, whatever, Sinwar, the leader of Hamas, is currently surrounding himself with all of the existing Israeli hostages. Not outside the realm of possibility. ISIS leaders did it all the time throughout Syria. America decided we will never hit somebody if they're going to be surrounded by civilian casualties. And by and large, we were pretty good about it. We, in some cases, waited almost 2 years just to hit someone for the one time that they slipped up. Well, what if the Israelis are getting impatient? Are they going to make that airstrike or not? And then just blame Hamas? That's a genuine question. I mean, and it's one of those where it could be genuinely downstream of this right here. And considering that all of global politics is surrounding like this with the sun, I don't think it's outside the realm of possibility.
And this is the terror that hostage families are expressing exactly. And let me also say the other reason why it matters to parse these details of what happened on October 7th, even though it's uncomfortable, because you don't want to sound like you're minimizing it. And I really am not, right? It really was horrific. There were genuine atrocities, but we have seen the way that Israeli politicians and military officials have used fake stories to justify the level of horror that has been inflicted on Gaza. 40 beheaded babies. Not true.
That's true.
Not true, right? And that's not me, that's Haaretz did an investigation. Many of the most gruesome and grisly stories, the baby in the oven, right? Pregnant woman having a baby cut out of her, these things were not true. Now, there were plenty of other horrors that were true, but these fake stories were weaponized to justify the treatment of all Palestinians like they were animals, starving them, bombing them. Now, 12,000 kids dead, 90% civilian casualties. These fake stories were weaponized. And so that's why it matters to get these details really correct. What was the number of civilian casualties that were actually inflicted by Hamas? What was that number? It matters. It just in the interest of accuracy and truly understanding the events of that day. So that's why I thought it was worthwhile to spend some time on this story and the uproar that it's caused in Israeli society, because they were caught many times lying about what actually unfolded in that day in a way that has allowed them to, make a stronger case. Not that any atrocity on that day would justify what they've done in Gaza, but that's the way that these stories and the events of that day have been covered up and weaponized to incredibly horrific effect.
Played out in my own life. Not even 3 weeks ago, I was having dinner with some of my friends. All of them are very, very pro-Israel. I don't bring it up. In general, I don't bring up anything. But it's one of those where, you're sitting, people are talking and all of that. And they're like, Sagar, we've been listening to some of what you guys have been saying. And it's like, how come you have so much concern for Palestinians? And I was like, well, first of all, I just look at it genuinely impartially, like I have equal compassion for both. And they're like, yeah, but what about the beheaded babies? And I was like, look, I don't want to get into a discussion here at this Mexican suburban restaurant, but the Israeli media and themselves are the ones who they had no idea. They had no clue. There's your casual news consumers, and I'm not putting them down. They're living their lives. They're going about doing something. They're like, well, what about the baby in the oven? And they're like, how can you move past something like that? And I was like, look, again, I don't want to ruin your empanadas, but that's not true. And I was like, I can pull it up here, on my phone. And I was like, and then when we take the emotion out of it a little bit, we start to have even a little bit more of a conversation. And somebody's like, so what is the plan exactly? And he's like, so where are all these Palestinians? He's like, where did they go? And I was like, yeah, it's a good question, isn't it? And I was like, you should look into it. And it's one of those where that's how you have the conversation, but it showed me in real time. I'm like, wow, this stuff goes deep, in terms of people who are casual news consumers, people who are picking these things up, and then how they can, and I to a certain extent, you can understand where like, well, anybody responsible for something like that has got to invite a similar type of response.
Yeah.
But then when you take that out of it, you start, like you said, I don't think they genuinely had thought in that moment, where did all these Palestinian people have to go? And that's what happens whenever you casually consume some of these things. And again, I'm not putting these people down. These are good friends of mine. The point is just that a lot of people live like this, genuinely about it in their daily lives. And what we try to do here on the show is just present to you a very grace. It's black and white is easy. The gray zone and all this other stuff, that's where most of real life takes place. Yeah. And when you can talk in that, as I did with my friends, you can do it in a non-confrontational way, and you can actually arrive at a very different place. And I think that's what we're trying to do here right now. And that's part of the reason why we're doing this story.
So let me go ahead and touch the third rail here. Yeah. The other thing that has been in dispute is whether there was widespread systematic rape on October 7th.
Sure.
And maybe there was. I'm not saying there wasn't. I'm certainly not saying there was no sexual violence on that day. I actually think it would be relatively preposterous to imagine there was no sexual violence on that day. However, the claim of mass systematized sexual assault has not been backed up by evidence. Mm-hmm. And at this point, based on all of the lies they've been caught in at this point, I think it is entirely appropriate to say there needs to be some sufficient level of evidence to justify these claims. Ryan and Emily actually reported on, there was a New York Times article that sought to dig in to this question of sexual violence on October 7th. And one of the primary, witnesses' families that they focused on after this report came out said, we did not think that our daughter was raped. Mm-hmm. We did not know that this was the intention of your article. And just imagine if that was your daughter who was killed on that day, and you have a reporter who comes to you basically under false pretenses to sort of use you to try to make a point. Now, again, I am not saying that nothing happened. I don't know. But the evidence that has so far been proffered is insufficient to justify the claim of mass systematized rape on that day. And again, you might say, well, why does this matter? Like, it was horrible. Isn't that enough for you? Like, why are you nitpicking here? And I would just go back to the fact that the horrible stories that were often in many cases fabricated in order to elicit emotional response were used to justify horrors being inflicted on Palestinians. And so, that and just accuracy does matter. Like, actually knowing for the historical record what really unfolded as best as we possibly can on that day does matter.
Truth matters a lot. Like you said, it would be actually absurd to have the idea that a bunch of guys, thousands of guys who flooded into a country, and with weapons and crazed bloodlust did not commit sexual violence. It also would be absurd to just take any, account which has frequently been caught, either being fabricated or exaggerated and just believe it in whole truth. Facts matter, of course, for the historical record. And we've also seen throughout history how exaggerations and fakeries are often used to justify the worst of a response, such that in this moment of intense information overflow and all that, I actually think it matters the most today than it ever did in the past, because there is so much out there to quote unquote support whatever you want. I think you can fully convince yourself that the beheaded baby story and the oven story are 100% true if you just Googled it online. If you read the 3 stories that were to back it up, it takes a lot of time and effort. And that's part of why the news is exhausting for so many people. And also because they don't want to talk about it over dinner. I get it. I 100% do. But, you know, if you're going to engage in it, if you're going to think about it, more importantly, as an informed citizen, I would urge you to try and do a lot of what we're trying to do.
Yeah. Last thing I'll mention on this is, as you mentioned, the teenage girls that are still being held by Hamas, and they were highlighted, extensively in the media yesterday. And I understand why. Left down of the account is that at least some of them are in the IDF, so they're not civilians, which changes the nature of the story and the way you feel about it. So in any case, it's important to have all of these details out there.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Tuesday. We have an amazing show for everybody today. What do we have, Crystal?
Indeed, we do. Lots to get to this morning. Israeli officials claiming they are shifting to a different phase of the conflict as they are floating yet another supposed plan for what may come in the day after. We will break all of that down for you. We also have a member of the Knesset who is signing on to South Africa's claims of genocide against Israel, leading to huge political ramifications for him. There's a whole freak out going on over that, so we'll break that down for you. Also got some interesting ways that that conflict is flowing into domestic.
Members, you guys can submit questions that we will take.
Headline here, Israel plans for next phase of Gaza war, defense minister says. And in this piece, they kind of buried the lead. So Gallant is floating, and this is not official government policy, but this is what he's floating. He says, as he sees it, a multinational task force should be set up in the day after in Gaza, led by the U.S., with European and Middle Eastern partners. They should oversee the rehabilitation of Gaza. This, of course, comes after last week you had those far-right ministers, Smotrich and Ben-Gvir, making very clear that they believe the appropriate day after plan in Gaza is ethnic cleansing. Of course, we've had Netanyahu reports that he is interested in the same. We've had a plan come out from a government ministry laying out 3 different options. And the one that they said they preferred the most was pushing Palestinians out of Gaza. The idea being basically to make all of Gaza uninhabitable, mission accomplished there, and then to pressure the US and others that this is the humanitarian solution, is to forcibly remove Palestinians from the Gaza Strip. I think it's worth noting in terms of Yoav Gallant, with regards to this war, he has been hand in glove with Netanyahu. He actually at one point was fired by Netanyahu. Yes, I don't know if you remember this. It sparked huge protests over the judicial coup that Netanyahu was pushing through that is now in dispute. The Supreme Court of the country overturning that and causing yet another crisis because of that. So there's been friction with them on the past. There's more details of what Yoav Gallant is floating here in The Guardian. Let's go ahead and put this up on the screen. They said, under Gallant's plan, which is not official policy and has yet to be submitted to other ministers, Israel's offensive in Gaza would continue until hostages taken on October 7th were freed and Hamas's military and governing capabilities dismantled. Then the outline says a new phase would begin during which Hamas will not control Gaza and will not pose a security threat, with unspecified Palestinian bodies, apparently local civil servants or communal leaders assuming the territory's governance. Gallant said that Israel would reserve its right to operate inside the territory, but there would be no Israeli civilian presence in the Gaza Strip after the goals of war have been achieved. Gaza residents are Palestinian, therefore Palestinian bodies will be in charge with the condition that there will be no hostile actions or threats against the state of Israel. Earlier this week, Israeli media reported military and intelligence officials favored dividing Gaza into regions and subregions with civil administration and the distribution of humanitarian aid in each area entrusted to local leaders seen as trustworthy. already many people describing this as sort of a Bantustan plan relating it to the ghettos that were established in South Africa.
Yeah, the biggest problem that we have with this entire thing is it's obvious that they don't have a unified plan that they agree on. And their most convenient one is to offload the responsibility onto the United States. And the saddest thing, Crystal, is I cannot rule out that our people, our leaders, are not dumb enough to actually want to sign up to something like that. They're like, oh, well, it would just be too disruptive. It's like, absolutely not. Israel is responsible for this. They need to pay for all of the reconstruction, and they also are the ones who need to pay for administration. And I think that the reason that they are trying to get out right now is because, Crystal, they, we covered this. They had 100-something soldiers who were wounded in a single day yesterday. The IDF announced this morning that 9 of them were killed just yesterday. That were killed inside of Gaza. That was not just included in the Hezbollah attacks. We need to understand here that the occupation, and actually, if I went and I read the descriptions of the IDF soldiers who were all killed, they were all in combat engineers brigades, meaning that they were involved in demolition or some sort of occupation-like activity. This is where I believe the vast majority of their future casualties are all going to come from. And if you read again the incidents, ambushed in Khan Yunis, ambushed in Gaza City, involved in a demolition activity, they want us, the Europeans and the Middle Eastern partners, to somehow be responsible and to catch all of the flak, the bullets, and eventually elevate us to something called primary occupation status. Absolutely not. And I think that they might be realizing the nightmare that they've now signed themselves up for. Of course, the preferred solution.
But that's what they've always done. They've done it in America. They've done it in Australia. They've done it in Canada. To hold these lands, the whites have always come together as a group, a super white group. And Israel want it right now. They're like, hey, man, forget that the world watching. We need all of y'all here to come help us. We're getting our butt kicked. I mean, this is obvious.
Solution for the most right-wing ministers is going to be ethnic cleansing, but it becomes clear that I think they are starting to see what they have created and that mess, and they're going to try to extricate themselves by pushing the bill onto the United States, to the UN and others, which I think is outrageous. I mean, they are the ones who they should bear 100% of the cost for all of this. Not $1 of this should come from the US.
So I read it differently. This plan by Yoav Gallant, which there's a reason why I floated that there was previously tension and distance between him and Netanyahu. I don't think that this really is representative whatsoever of what the Israeli government really wants to do. Remember, the U.S. position is supposedly that, what we want is the Palestinian Authority to be bolstered, to be enabled to take some governing role in Gaza, and then for a two-state solution process to be seriously undertaken. There is zero appetite for that in the Israeli government. And even Yoav Gallant, who is, based on his comments around this war, a total psycho, but he's what counts for like a moderate in this administration. Even he doesn't mention the Palestinian Authority or any of the things that the U.S. is allegedly pushing for here. I think what happened is you have not just Smotrich, not just Ben-Gvir, but Netanyahu, Herzog. You can read through the list of Israeli cabinet members and Likud party members and military officials and journalists and commentators who are all pushing the ethnic cleansing plan. You can look at the polling of Jewish Israelis who overwhelmingly think that is the right solution. And so you had this burgeoning pressure because they said it too many times, too clearly, and too out loud, where even the US felt the need to put out this little statement of like, oh, we disagree with this, et cetera, et cetera. So I view this plan less as a real serious idea of what they want to do than a bit of ass covering of like, oh, no, that's not really representative of what we want. Look, here's another idea that we're floating out there. And by the way, they went ahead to make sure that idea was like also completely unpalatable to the US, putting the assignment for reconstruction of Gaza and some sort of oversight of Gaza onto the US and to the UN. So that's how I read this in terms of, the dynamics and the push and pull supposedly between the US and the Israelis. I think it's very clear based on the actions in the Strip, based on the comments from everyone from Netanyahu on down, including Smotrich, including Ben-Gvir, what they really want is the ethnic cleansing plan. That is what they've been executing effectively, and that they're just floating this option as like a bit of public ass covering.
You may certainly be right. I do think that I think actually this seems more likely to me just because of the outrageous. I mean, there's just no, in my opinion, I do not think it would be a palatable situation, both to America, to Egypt, to all these other Middle Eastern countries. I think a full-scale regional war would be more likely than acceptance of a genuine ethnic cleansing, at least in terms of expulsion from the Gaza Strip. Now, starvation and all that's a different story, and certainly because we're in something like that. I guess the net effect doesn't necessarily matter, but this seems to me as if something that could arrive, sadly, as some middle ground solution, quote unquote, as horrible and awful as it would be, I think, for everybody involved. Now, let's go and put this next one, please, up on the screen, because this highlights the expanding nature of the conversation. Because we're here talking right now about Gaza, but the likelihood right now of the regional war, which we touched on yesterday, demonstrates that these people are hell-bent on expanding the war, largely, I believe, to be able to keep their hold on power because, of course, the Israeli people, is Netanyahu's got, what, a 4-6% approval rating? But as long as this thing goes on, it's better off for him. And he says that to the Wall Street Journal that Hezbollah knows, quote, we can copy and paste Gaza to Beirut. Now, there is zero question in my mind, and I'm curious what you think, that a copy and paste of Gaza to Beirut would erupt in a full-scale regional war because of Hezbollah, because of Iran, and certainly because Lebanon is a sovereign nation with partners and allies in the region. They're just already, we're at such a massive breaking point in terms of the relations between Jordan and Israel, Jordan, the United States, Egypt, and others. If they were to do that and effectively declare war on the nation of
I told y'all this was going to happen at the beginning. 90 days ago, I told y'all they weren't going to be able to defeat the Palestinian freedom fighters. They was going to need the U.S. to step in. They're going to make it seem like the U.S. is forcing them to stop because they economy is in shatters, is in shambles. Soldiers, thousands of them wounded, over 1,000 of them dead too. So many of them shell-shocked, don't want to fight. It's just horrible for them. So they lashing out. They like a drunk man in the sea, drowning, just flashing up, just swinging his arms everywhere, hoping if he go down, he'll bring everybody down with him. See, anybody can see Israel is out of control.
Of Lebanon, with Hezbollah somehow caught in between.
And nobody really know how this going to end. That's serious business. I knew they weren't going to win, but I absolutely have no idea how this going to end. It's all in the hands of the Zionists. They got nuclear weapons. This could end horribly. Not that they would shoot the nukes off, but that they could start a bigger war and just bring all hell to the global economy. We would all be so pissed over here how much you start paying for that food and that gas. You wouldn't even drive that car no more, I'm trying to tell you.
I just don't have any doubt in my mind it would erupt and the U.S. would almost certainly become involved. So first of all, the idea is a fantasy, but disturbingly, the more that they begin to talk this way, it just feels like 2002 all over again. Put the next one, please, up on the screen, because the way that they talk here, he says, my basic view is that we are fighting an axis, not a single enemy. Iran is building up military power around Israel in order.
I don't like hearing Joe Biden or any of those white supremacists or these Zionists talking about good versus evil. This is the good versus evil. And when the congressional black coons say that, it's a slap in the face to all of our people because they've always said they was the good and anybody else was the evil. And we're not going to join in with them. And cocoons need to stop joining in with them. Somebody else evil. No, they evil. They are evil. I'd be damned if I allow these American imperialists, white supremacists to be talking about other people as evil. And they are the good guys. They say that every time they're trying to steal and take from people, that they the good guys. And they have got to kill you in the name of their deities. This is ridiculous. And right now, 2024, this is what they're saying. This is the light and the dark. We should never agree when they talking like that. Our people are dead and done been stole from, lands plundered behind that type of talk from these people.
To use it. It's based the exact same playbook, Crystal, of they've, shoddily, attempted their so-called mission post-October 7th in Gaza. They're realizing already that this is not going the way that they wanted it to be, and they're trying to sell it to the public. So now, just like President George W. Bush did in 2002, the axis of evil becomes the thing, and now we're starting to beat the drum and towards Hezbollah. And then we've all seen this movie before, but America doesn't have, I think, the courage or really the resolve to stand up and just be like, this is not going to happen. And we actually, put your finger or whatever on the scale. And we just seem to be incredibly impotent in our handling of this entire situation, which is humiliating, honestly, especially if we do get involved.
If the Congressional Black Caucus wasn't some Congressional Black coons, we will be the leaders of the world. The whole world will be saying, wow, look at those indigenous blacks, whatever you want to call us, African, whatever you want to call us, the world will be looking up to us. If only the Congressional Black Caucus was saying, ceasefire, peace in Gaza, stop this, y'all have gone crazy, the whole world will be admiring us, not the leaders, not the imperialists, they'd be admiring us for standing up like our ancestors. Shame on the Congressional Black Caucus. They're not even siding with South Africa. South Africa is taking these people to court for genocide. So how can a Congressional Black coon saying this is a fight against good and evil? That ain't what South Africa said. South Africa is saying that the evil is the other side. It's so crazy how the Congressional Black coons is giving us a bad, in history is writing us down like we sided with the oppressor. See, y'all are not being recorded per se, but the leaders, they spoke for us. Now, hell no, they're not speaking for us. We're not going along with this shit. The whole world know who the evil is, and it's America.
Involved in this war. It will be 100% on Joe Biden.
And it is 100% on Joe Biden. I mean, they have completely bypassed Congress. These, national security Democrats who were like former CIA agents.
Right.
And
even they're freaking out.
They're the one, Alyssa Slotkin and these people and former, people who served in the military as well. They're looking at this situation. They're saying this is a potential disaster for us. You have, as we covered yesterday, defense officials furiously leaking to the Washington Post and the Huffington Post and seemingly anyone who will listen to them of like, they don't really care about the human toll being, the horrors that are being inflicted on the people in Gaza. But they're looking at this and they said every single war game scenario that we play out with an escalated war against Hezbollah is a total disaster. It ends in complete nightmare. So it's not like we're the ones that are just inventing this out of whole cloth. Our own military and defense establishment is playing this out and saying this does not end in a good place. And yet you see all these articles about this hand-wringing, and nowhere in there do they explain that there is one very clear way to ratchet down the hostilities, and that's to have a negotiated settlement and a ceasefire for the fighting and the bombing of Gaza to stop. That gets us out of this whole entire mess. So in any case, there's also these comments from Yoav Gallant and others in the Israeli political class and the defense establishment in Israel that they're, quote, shifting to a new phase of the war. It's going to be less, just like all-out assault and more targeted. We'll see. We have not seen that yet. They've been sort of floating this since the beginning of the year, and yet we've seen some of the deadliest strikes and deadliest days in this entire assault. Even in the new year. And they mentioned in particular, that there's going to be issues with Rafah, where I think over 1 million Palestinians have gathered at this point.
That's right.
That's at the border with Egypt there. And now, originally it was, Hamas's command and control is in the north and we've got to flatten that and destroy. Well, they did that. That's destroyed. It's uninhabitable. There's basically nothing left there. Then it was, we got to move to Khan Yunis. That's where Hamas really is. Okay, well, they've destroyed neighborhoods in Khan Yunis, massive death tolls there. Now they're saying, really, they're in Rafah, so we've got to move there. And, the human toll is going to be absolutely devastating. And at the same time, the humiliation for the U.S. just continues. Put this next piece up on the screen. Israel to tell Antony Blinken, who is in the region right now, that Palestinians cannot return to the north of Gaza without a hostage deal. Now, hanging over this elephant in the room that doesn't even get mentioned in this piece, I believe, is that there is basically nothing to return to in the north of Gaza in terms of any sort of civilian infrastructure that can sustain life. But let me read you a little bit of this. They say the big picture, making progress toward the return of Palestinians to their homes and ensuring they are not forcibly displaced from Gaza is one of the goals of Blinken's talks in Israel this week. The Biden administration has expressed concerns over recent statements from some radical right-wing Israeli ministers who have called for Palestinians to be driven out of the strip. It's not only them, by the way. What they're saying, Palestinian civilians must be able to return home as soon as conditions allow, Blinken said on Sunday in a press conference with the Qatari prime minister in Doha. They cannot and they must not be pressed to leave Gaza, he stressed. But behind the scenes, Israeli sources told Axios, while Israel doesn't in principle oppose allowing Palestinians to return to northern Gaza, officials will tell Blinken such a move needs to be part of a new hostage deal. Let me be clear. Hamas should release the hostages. No doubt about it. It is a war crime to hold, especially civilians, as hostages. It is unacceptable. They should release the hostages. What is Israel doing here? They're basically holding the people of Gaza hostage based on these hostilities and demanding that their wants and needs be fulfilled in order for people just to return to the rubble of their homes that have been overwhelmingly destroyed in northern Gaza. And as I said before, Sagar, I mean, it's so clear that the US's words and rhetoric mean
zero.
Nothing.
Right.
Because they see that they can do what they want, and they keep pushing, like, okay, what if we attack a hospital? What if we do that? Will they go along with us? Yes, we will. What if we flatten all of northern Gaza? What if we impose a complete siege? What if half of Gaza residents are starving? Will they do anything to push back? The answer has been no. So why would they listen to our little pearl-clutching, hand-wringing comments about what we want to see when there's zero willingness to back it up with anything other than those words?
No, I can't disagree with that at all. I think it's an outrageous decision and a statement, and to be communicated again to the United States. Two wrongs don't make a right. I mean, we saw the videos just yesterday of those Israeli girls who are still being held hostage. They got like blood on their face or whatever. It's horrifying. But then, you can't erase and say that their captivity is going to be subject to 1 million or so people who are living in a tent, on the brink of starvation by the border. I mean, this is, insanity. And then, as you said, in tandem, where are they supposed to go? I mean, the more and more I look at this, I'm just genuinely so humiliated on behalf of the United States of America. Like, if you go back and you read and you think about the way that even past presidents who, not necessarily the strongest people, there's a famous quote of Bill Clinton behind the scenes saying, who the hell does this guy think he is, when talking about the Israeli prime minister? And he said, who needs to remind who of who the superpower is here? And as increasingly, it's clear they don't care or listen to what we think. And by the way, that's fine. They're a sovereign country. They can do what they want. But, when they're also got their hand out like this, asking for emergency replenishment of their artillery shells and their weapons and all this other stuff, then, we got to have a little bit of respect here and just say that this is clearly, look, take Israel out of it. And this has been my entire, position from day one. Israel, Palestine, I'll put it all out because I don't like to think about quote unquote humanitarian stuff because you get really bogged down in the details. Strategically, this has been a disaster. This has heightened tensions for us in the Middle East. We start to redirect tens of billions of dollars of military resources. We stand on the brink of a regional war in a region that we already lost 2 wars that we've just come 25 years or so off of. What possible reason would we want to get involved in this? And the humanitarian situation is both upstream and downstream of this, which is why we should be absolutely focused on making sure this doesn't happen. And, Israel cannot be talking about their hostages and the emotional situation of this and then try to hold hostage the 1 million or so people who have been kicked out of their homes. It doesn't bear any scrutiny. And if anything, it's just going to multiply the criticism against them because, let's be honest, the sheer numbers of the Palestinians is what, 10,000 to 1 of the Israeli hostages that are being held here. And the sympathy that they had on October 7th has evaporated, in the entire eyes of the world.
Oh, yeah.
I saw it all over Europe, just so people know. When I was in Europe, the amount of Palestinian flag and activism stuff that was scrolled in public spaces. I was at the International Red Cross Museum in Geneva, Switzerland. It had a big thing. It's like, war crimes and are wrong and everything. Even war has rules. I sent you that photo. This is all over the world. It's only right here in America that, our discourse is so screwed up. I don't know what it is.
I read an editorial or op-ed, I guess, in Haaretz, which of course is an Israeli media outlet, that was saying, listen, whether you agree with the genocide charges or not, we went through people accusing us of being occupiers to accusing us of ethnic cleansing and genocide.
Mhm.
That's where we are, and with plenty of merit. So, yeah, I mean, in terms of Israeli security, in terms of any sort of humanitarianism, in terms of any sort of international law, in terms of any desires for peace and not blowing this up into a larger conflagration, it's all a complete and utter disaster. Uproar in Israel over a Knesset member who is signing on to the South Africa claim at the ICJ that Israel is in the process of committing a genocide. Put this up on the screen. So the headline here is Israeli MK causes uproar in Knesset after signing petition accusing Israel genocide in Gaza after Ofer Kasif, MK in the Arab Jewish Hadash.
Now this is very embarrassing for the Congressional Black Coons. A day without embarrassment for them wouldn't be right. They are embarrassing sight every day. But So no congressional black coons have decided to stand with South Africa, you know, and link arms with their fellow Africans. So ain't the African Americans? They lie so much. But here you have an Israeli MP says, okay, I'm back in South Africa on this genocide charge. So America, this is really getting bad that an Israeli done decide to tell the truth before any of those Democrats would.
Child Party signed the South African petition. Fellow Knesset members called for his removal. Kassif explained his reasoning, saying, my constitutional duty is to Israeli society, not to the government who calls for ethnic cleansing and even actual genocide. His signature is added to those of over 200 citizens of Israel who have also signed on to that petition. I'm reading from this report right now. Expected to be presented to the court toward the beginning of the hearings, which start on Thursday. The petition reads in part, the information that emerges from the lawsuit is both horrific and credible. Israel is indeed taking systematic and thorough steps to wipe out the population of Gaza, to starve, abuse, and displace it. It has implemented a policy of erasing options for livelihood, which is leading to genocide. So I have an update here, which is that there's a process by which if you can collect 70 signatures from cabinet members from across the Knesset, then you can begin a process that could lead to his removal. And they have now obtained those 70 signatures. So the process is moving forward to attempt to remove him from the Knesset. He explained his reasoning in a post on Twitter. Put this up on the screen. This is translation is per Google Translate, so forgive any inaccuracies here. But according to Google Translate, what he said is, my constitutional duty is to Israeli society and all of its residents, not to a government whose members in its coalition are calling for ethnic cleansing and even actual genocide. They are the ones who hurt the country and the people. They are the ones who led South Africa to turn to The Hague, not me and my friends. And when the government acts against society, the state, and its citizens, especially when it sacrifices them and commits crimes in their name on the altar of maintaining its existence, it is my right and even my duty to warn about this and do everything I can within the law to stop it. I will not give up the fight for our existence as a moral society. This is the true patriotism, no revenge wars and calls for extermination, no unnecessary bloodshed, and no sacrifice of kidnapped citizens and soldiers in false wars. This is not the first time that this man has, by the way, been temporarily suspended and removed from the Knesset over his activism. And I wanted to play for you a piece of an interview that he gave a while back. This was, I think, roughly 2 years ago, just to give you a sense of his sort of like passion and his committed advocacy. Take a listen.
I'm a member of the Knesset, but the police is not interested in that. They don't care about my immunity. They don't care about my rights. They just care about protecting the criminal settlers who have to invade here. And you see, they keep shooting now. They keep shooting here, although the demonstrators are peaceful. They didn't do anything. We didn't do anything. This is the police. This is the police of this fascist government that protects the criminal settlers against the Palestinian indigenous.
So we see the level of pushback that occurs when you dissent here in the U.S. On Israel-Palestine, when you stand up for Palestinian rights and dignity. And here he is in Israel, where people are getting arrested for social media posts, and society is in fever pitch at the moment. And I think it's incredibly courageous to do this, to sign on to this petition, to speak out really at all at this moment.
Yeah, I'm really interested to actually see how it goes in terms of Israeli society. And actually, I watched your whole video on the breakdown, how it's going to continue in the ICJ process, because that actually, I didn't realize that some of the ramifications of what it means because they're a signatory to it, and also for what the geopolitical situation in the future. We've already seen it right now with Putin in terms of his inability to travel in some cases. So, something like that applied to Israel will be extraordinary in terms of their overall situation. So yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see how it plays out.
Yeah, I watched an analysis, and we maybe play this on Thursday because that's when the public hearings start. But Norm Finkelstein was talking about how he thought this may break down. And, unfortunately, like you would hope that these things were unbiased and it's just going to look at the merits, et cetera. It's very political, which is why Israel's pushback is less on the merits and more, according to what's been reported, pressuring diplomats to get various countries to put out statements and play like a political game to try to pressure the judges that will be hearing this case at the ICJ. There are 15 judges, and Norm was going through each one of them. He thought
they pressuring everybody with that Epstein list. That's why that Epstein list is coming out. That's why in America they're not talking about Israel is in criminal court for genocide. They're talking about the Epstein list.
It was unlikely that South Africa would prevail because even countries like China and Russia, you might think would side with them, but there's a real question mark because then does Russia fear that opens Pandora's box and invites scrutiny on them? Does China fear that it opens Pandora's box and invites scrutiny on them for their treatment of the Uyghur Muslim minority? So, even countries like that you might think would be on South Africa's side, there's a real question mark. So in any case, it's going to be, I think it's important that South Africa did it. I think the case they filed is incredibly, detailed. The legal standard that has to be met right now is not like a final finding of genocide. It's just that it is plausible that that's what's being committed right now. And I think, in my opinion, if you look at the civilian death, if you look at the levels of starvation, if you look at the vast number of comments, they have 6 pages of comments from very Israeli officials talking about, Palestinians as human animals and saying they want to destroy all of Gaza and Nakba 2023, et cetera. I think it is certainly plausible that that's exactly what's happening, but we'll see how this all unfolds. And whether the activism here from this member of Knesset means anything. The last thing I wanted to close with in this section is there was, just to show you that, this conversation is important even within Israeli society. There was a Haaretz op-ed, we can put this up on the screen, who that is basically saying the South Africa really has a point. Good luck to the ICJ. Israeli should hope it will decree to stop the Gaza operation. Israel did not go to war in order to commit genocide, this person's opinion. There is no doubt about that, but it is committing it in practice, even without intending to. Every day that goes by in this war with its hundreds of deaths reinforces the suspicion. So even an Israeli newspaper here with an op-ed calling for the ICJ to side with South Africa and find that it is plausible that Israel is in fact committing genocide.
Yeah, it's going to be fascinating to see how it plays out.
Hey guys, if you like that video, go to Breaking Point.
Axios is now reporting that Israel has sent out an urgent cable to its embassies around the world that urges diplomats and politicians in these host countries to issue statements against South Africa's case before the International Court of Justice. South Africa is accusing Israel of carrying out a genocide in the Gaza Strip. And since Israel is a signatory to the International Court of Justice, it has decided to defend itself. But before defending itself, it has also decided to essentially reach out to the international community and pressure politicians and diplomats to issue statements condemning what South Africa is doing. Now, before we get to the cable itself and what it says exactly, I want to give you some more details about what South Africa is claiming. Now, they filed this case with the International Court of Justice, and in its 84-page brief, South Africa argues Israel's military campaign in Gaza breaches its obligations under the 1948 Genocide Convention, which defines genocide as acts committed with intent to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, ethnical, racial, or religious group. Now, South Africa alleges Israel's actions in Gaza are genocidal in character because they are intended to bring about the destruction of a substantial part of the Palestinian population in the enclave. Now, it's reporting about the death toll in Gaza has slowed down considerably. We were getting numbers updated much more rapidly in the past, but as you can imagine, the situation on the ground is absolutely dire. The majority of buildings have either been completely destroyed or damaged. There's a lack of water, clean drinking water, of course, no functioning hospitals, or at least no fully functioning hospitals. There's one hospital I was reading about today that has about 30% functionality. People are dying of starvation as a result of the lack of food. There is potentially a famine in the Gaza Strip. It's just a completely disastrous, dire situation. Dozens of journalists have died since the beginning of that war. So we're getting numbers a lot slower than we did previously, but the most recent numbers indicate that around 23,000 people have been killed. Now, unlike in previous cases at international tribunals, Israel this time has decided to appear in front of the court because, again, it is a signatory to the Genocide Convention. Israel will be represented by the ICJ, or at the ICJ, I should say, by the British barrister, his name is Malcolm Shaw. And the hearings are set to begin on January 11th. Now let's pivot to the cable. Let's talk about what the cable says and how the Israeli government is applying pressure to diplomats and politicians around the world to essentially turn its back on South Africa and condemn what South Africa is doing here. The cable sent by the Israeli Foreign Ministry on Thursday illustrates Israel's diplomatic action plan ahead of the International Court of Justice hearing to create international pressure on the court to not issue an injunction that orders Israel to suspend its military campaign in Gaza. Benjamin Netanyahu understands how deeply unpopular he is with the Israeli people, and for good reason. I don't know how aware Israelis are about the fact that Benjamin Netanyahu himself funded and propped up Hamas, the very terrorists that committed the atrocities in Israel on October 7th. But what I do know is that Benjamin Netanyahu very clearly failed to keep his people safe. IDF soldiers took a long time to respond to the atrocities that were being carried out on October 7th because most of them were protecting settlers who were pushing Palestinians out of the West Bank and building illegal settlements in the West Bank. And so he has been a complete and utter failure. And Netanyahu understands that the only reason why they have not ousted him yet is because of this war. He's preaching unity. We need unity in Israel in order to fight back against Hamas. And so Israelis, for the most part, it appears, have decided to buy that and are keeping him in power. He knows the second the war is over, I mean, he's facing criminal charges for corruption. The Israeli people want him out of office. So he has a conflict of interest here. He wants to stay in power. And so as a result, he is going to keep this war going as long as possible. And he has made that clear. He wants this war to play out through 2024. And so he does not want, his government does not want this war to end. So it is interesting to me that the cable specifically asked for these diplomats and politicians to make it clear that they do not want international pressure that would force Israel to end this war. The Israeli Foreign Ministry cable states that Israel's strategic goal is for the court to reject the request for an injunction, refrain from determining that Israel is committing genocide in Gaza, and recognize that the Israeli military is operating in the Strip according to international law, which, I mean, when the Israeli soldiers, when members of the IDF, the snipers, killed the two people, the mother and daughter in a church compound, just wiped them out, just killed them, sniped them. Was that in accordance to international law? The collective punishment of Palestinians and the very clear intention to carry out ethnic cleansing in the Gaza Strip, is that in accordance with international law? I don't know. I'm just a dumb talk show host, so I'm waiting to see what plays out in the International Court of Justice. But I would ask you to read the 84-page document that South Africa has basically used to argue that Israel's military campaign in Gaza is breaching its obligations to the 1948 Genocide Convention. Please read it. And take a look at the mounting evidence, which includes footage, which includes interviews, which includes the death toll, the insane ratio of civilian casualties versus Hamas militants who have died. the very clear plans and the statements made by Israeli politicians to push Palestinians, whatever remains of Palestinians in the Gaza Strip, push them out into the Sinai Desert. I mean, they tell on themselves every day, but I guess we're supposed to pretend like they're not saying the quiet parts out loud. They're not indiscriminately bombing the Gaza Strip. We'll see how it all plays out. And the cable specifically also reads that a ruling by the court could have significant potential implications that are not only in the legal world, but have practical bilateral, multilateral economic and security ramifications. We ask for an immediate and unequivocal public statement along the following line. So here's what we would like you to say. We're gonna give you the script. To publicly and clearly state that your country rejects the outrageous, absurd, and baseless allegations made against Israel. Now, it's unclear which countries will follow these orders being made by the Israeli government. We do know that there are some countries that have scoffed at this, including Jordan and Turkey. And we also know about this cable because 3 different Israeli officials shared it with Axios. Israel claims that it's doing its best to minimize civilian casualties and increase humanitarian aid into the region. Now, in the cable, the Israeli embassies were instructed to ask diplomats and politicians at the highest level to publicly acknowledge that Israel is working together with international actors to increase the humanitarian aid to Gaza, as well as to minimize damage to civilians while acting in self-defense after the horrible October 7th attack by a genocidal terrorist organization. So Hamas is genocidal. And they can point to some of the statements that Hamas has made, and we should take those statements seriously. But the genocidal statements that are made by Israeli politicians, like Amichai Eliyahu, who wanted to drop a nuclear bomb in Gaza, we shouldn't take that seriously, right? We shouldn't take that seriously. When they talk about Nakba to all Palestinians, I mean, Bezalel Smotrich's statements almost on a regular basis about wiping Palestinians out, we shouldn't take that seriously. We should only take the genocidal statements by Hamas seriously. Okay, noted. And by the way, right now there are, on average, 200 trucks of humanitarian aid entering the Gaza Strip, which is a far cry of the number of trucks necessary to get Palestinians the food and clean drinking water and the medical supplies necessary to stay alive. And there's also evidence that Israel is intentionally slowing down aid to Gaza through arbitrary rejections of goods by inspectors. In fact, Senators Chris Van Hollen and Jeff Merkley pointed to a cumbersome process that is slowing relief to Palestinians in the besieged territory, largely due to Israeli inspections of aid cargoes with seemingly arbitrary rejections of vital humanitarian equipment. The system to ensure that aid deliveries within Gaza don't get hit by Israeli forces is totally broken, they said. In fact, I want to show you some of what Senator Chris Van Hollen had to say about all of this. Let's start with what he has experienced with aid trucks getting turned away.
There are 2 big things that are happening. One is the unnecessarily cumbersome process going through the Israeli screening process, which I believe is the result of political decisions by the Netanyahu coalition. For example, many items that should be allowed to go into Gaza, water sort of filtration systems, other systems like that, were in a warehouse of rejected items that we visited. While we were there, we saw a truck turned away that had a big box from UNICEF, which is, of course, the UN organization that helps children. It was a unit to help with water desalinization. It was rejected. And when one item on a truck is rejected, the entire truck is rejected.
So rejecting an entire truck because 1 or 2 items in that truck were arbitrarily rejected by the IDF is insane to me. But it gets even worse because in the next clip, he talks about the risk to humanitarian workers themselves who are fearful for their own lives as they try to deliver the humanitarian aid to Gazans. Let's watch.
The other big issue is within Gaza, the so-called deconfliction process, which is just a fancy name for those who are providing humanitarian assistance to have the confidence that they can deliver it without being killed. And according to all the international NGOs that we talked about who've been operating in conflict zones around the world, they've never seen a worse process for assuring the safe delivery of humanitarian assistance.
And I want to do a better job providing information about the brave humanitarian workers who risk their lives on a regular basis in order to help Palestinian civilians. One of our viewers, a member, in fact, Miss Anonymous 617, who's been a member for 13 months, makes a good point. 144 aid workers have been killed, 5 being from my agency. My heart breaks for Wael. That is a journalist who has lost many members of his family. I will keep him in my thoughts. He needs all the support he can get. So we'll see how many countries are willing to follow the Israeli government's orders to essentially condemn what South Africa is trying to do in the international courts. But based on what I've seen, to argue that the IDF is the most moral military in the world is laughable, to say the least.
Thanks for watching the video, guys. We also love it if you hit the join button below, because that makes you a member, and members allow us to be independent, honest. We can be as progressive as we want, no corporate media influence, and that's all because of you guys. We love doing the show with our members. Hit the join button, become one of the Young Turks.
President Biden is hell-bent on war, and no one can talk him out of it, according to warnings by U.S. officials. This is being blasted all over the press. It's a terrible headline, and it's terrifying. So why are we seeing it? In the segment preceding this, we just talked about how if we're seeing something in the media, it's because they want us to see it. So what are they feeding us with this line that President Biden is chomping at the bit for war, that he wants it, that he's obsessed with it? Is there a reason we're being warned about a war when the media loves war? The neocons love war. This was a Politico headline over the weekend. The war in Gaza may widen, and the Biden administration is getting ready for it. Another headline in the Huffington Post came with all kinds of warnings from some unnamed US official saying, I've been trying to keep an avalanche from falling on Lebanon, and so have a lot of people. Anonymous is a US source says. The problem is no one can rein in Biden, and if Biden has a policy, he's the commander in chief. We have to carry it out. That's what it comes down to. Very, very, very unfortunately. That's 3 varies, some US official, and the media is allowing us to think that otherwise the US government would be peace-loving. Since when?
Right. Yes.
Right.
When.
Yeah. They said that the US government is going through war games. They're playing all their scenarios out. It says predicting the implications of a fight along the Lebanese-Israeli border. This official says every scenario shows that this would escalate into something terrible, whether in terms of counterterrorism or war with Iran. And in fact, it says here that, hey, but there are adults in the room. Look at Antony Blinken. He's been trying to, get out there and have an impact on Israel's escalation of war, but it doesn't seem to be making a big impact because Israel, as you know, continues to escalate war against Palestinians. Now, let's just point out a couple of odd things about this story that we're being fed, basically force-fed. One, it assumes that Biden is conscious of what he's doing. It paints him as this hell-bent figure on war when he probably doesn't even understand which is the knife and which is the fork when he sits down for his meals. So are we buying this, that it's him that's just like, oh yeah, war with, political Islam. We're doing that. I've wanted it. We're ready for it. This is what needs to happen because of the conflict in Gaza. Okay. I don't think it's him. It also paints the U.S. as powerless against Israel, as if officials want to talk Israel down, but they can't. It provides this off-ramp for Secretary Antony Blinken and throws the administration under the bus. And this is just not a narrative that we're normally sold, especially when we rewind the tape over the last 2 years being sold a war with Russia. We want it. We need it. We're all in for it. This needs to happen. We never also saw this when Obama was waging countless wars against political Islam, when he wanted wars in the Middle East and the death toll was ticking up. The same establishment that backed Obama and Biden didn't care about body counts. So why now? It can't be because the establishment actually doesn't want war. In fact, the neocons must be thrilled that Israel has said that this war is actually their New Year's resolution. This was senior Israeli Defense Force staff Herzi Halevi saying just yesterday that Israel plans to be at war all year. Take a look at this. 2024, our plans are war. Here's a quote saying the year 2024 will be challenging. We'll be at war. Like, we know this. It's in the diary. I don't know if it'll be all year long, but we will be fighting Gaza, that's for sure. And there will be other areas, certainly in Judea and Samaria, and there'll be a certain state of alertness. And here's where they escalate, saying Hezbollah is also part of this, and we're going after them wherever they are. It says Hezbollah decided to enter this war, and we're exerting an increasing cost from Hezbollah all the time. They paid yesterday with 7 killed and 2 important targets, and we're increasing the price. So that means that a war with Hezbollah would then drag us into a war with Lebanon because of the borders and where those battles are taking place right now. So the same U.S. officials who remained unnamed told the media that this, quote, unconditional support of Israel could lead to a war with Lebanon because Israel launched drone strikes in Beirut to kill senior Hamas leaders. So this means by transitive property, right, that the U.S. will be at war with Lebanon. When did we agree to that? When did we declare that war? Because this is how I'm using transitive property. U.S. equals Israel, basically, right? If the U.S. is saying we can't talk them out of anything, but we're supporting them anyway. So whatever they're doing, we're doing. We're with them. Weapons, honey, we're there. Israel equals war with Lebanon. Ergo, U.S. equals war with Lebanon, right? Did you sign up for that? Because that's what we're being told. So who wants that? Somebody does. Probably it's not Joe Biden, the human. Probably it's not Joe Biden, the surrogate, whoever we see in front of the camera, if there is such a person. Who is it? Who are the neocons here feeding us this line? They want war, clearly, but what are the manipulations of this narrative that we're being asked to buy? Because I don't actually buy it. The only part of this that I buy is war is here to stay. Let us know what you think of that in the chat or in whatever platform you choose to interact. You can also find us on Twitter, we have, or X, we have Instagram. We have all the things. There's no shortage of ways to talk to us. So what is it that we're missing here? This Biden hell-bent on war. He's not hell-bent on anything. He doesn't know. Who is it?
He's hell-bent on ice cream.
Is he?
I've said, if you've not seen it, he will wander away for ice cream and treats.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Maybe there's like a ice cream truck going through the Department of Defense that he's following around, and they're like, that's it. That's what he wants.
Thank you so much.
The Al-Qassam brigades of Hamas right wing again launched a series of rockets fired from northern Gaza, sweeping across the city of Tel Aviv and its surroundings. The Al-Qassam brigades released their video on January 8, 2023, of the moment a number of rockets were launched, which were carried out directly from the north of Gaza, a Palestinian enclave.
This is very, very embarrassing for the U.S. and Israel and the rest of the colonizers. Why? Because where they're launching the rockets from is exactly where the Israeli army is at. So they're launching them from right up under their feet.
Previously, Israel had claimed that they had completed their operations in the northern area. But 3 months later, they still had not completed a single green area on the map. As in the video footage, Hamas rockets flew and reached the skies of occupied Tel Aviv, and were accompanied by the sound of warning sirens on Tuesday night. It appears that some of the rockets were intercepted by the Iron Dome air defense system. Finally, the exact price of each missile fired by the system with its Carrier 2 is set at $163,000 for buyers in the United States. The largest rocket fired by the resistance, it signaled a new development that underscored the strong message that Hamas impunity is still in full swing. According to military experts, 3 months since the war began, Israel has not achieved its military goals. Meanwhile, 22,000 Palestinians, 70% of whom are women and children, have been killed in the Gaza Strip.
Very embarrassing for the imperialists. How are they able to do it? When this full story come out, it's gonna be a legendary one. What's going on in Palestine and how they're able to defeat the mighty Israelis.
Orchestrated by Hezbollah.
Along with Hezbollah, because
tensions at Lebanon's border with Israel have reached a boiling point, marked by a surge in violence orchestrated by Hezbollah. The militant group has unleashed an influx of explosive drones and missiles aimed at Israeli positions, prompting swift and forceful retaliation from the Israeli military. The repercussions of this escalation have spread across the region, casting a shadow over the stability of the area. The town of Tehran bore witness to the destructive aftermath of an Israeli airstrike, which targeted specific locations associated with Hezbollah activities. The precision of the strike resulted in the destruction of 5 homes and inflicted substantial damage on numerous others. Ali Hijazi, a local official, vividly described the devastating impact on the community, highlighting the immediate consequences of the conflict on civilian life. As the violence intensifies, one cannot help but ponder the motivations driving Hezbollah's aggressive actions. Of course, they have every right to defend themselves, but what strategic objectives are they pursuing with the deployment of explosive drones and missiles? Simultaneously, the Israeli airstrikes raise questions about the delicate balance between self-defense and escalation in the face of imminent threats. How will these military engagements shape the geopolitical landscape of the region? And what implications might they have on broader international relations? It becomes crucial to think about how these chaotic events would affect the civilian population that is caught in the crossfire. How are ordinary citizens coping with the sudden crisis, and what measures are being done to ensure their safety and well-being? The story that is developing at Lebanon's border highlights the complexity and unpredictability of the geopolitical environment in this unstable region of the world by posing more questions than it does solutions. Stay tuned as we dive into the actions of Israel and Hezbollah. Hassan Fadlallah, a senior Hezbollah politician, described the recent Israeli airstrikes as a new escalation in a statement to Reuters. According to Fadlallah, Hezbollah is responding with different types of attacks, whether it involves changes like the weapons used or the selection of targeted sites. In response to the increased tension, the Israeli army reported the intrusion of suspicious aerial targets from Lebanon, successfully intercepting 2 of them. However, the incident resulted in 2 Israeli soldiers sustaining moderate injuries, with several others experiencing minor injuries from shrapnel and smoke inhalation. Israeli fighter jets conducted a substantial series of strikes targeting Hezbollah-related sites within Lebanese territory. The impact of these strikes was felt in various Israeli border locations where sirens sounded, alerting residents to the heightened state of tension. The events were not confined to the military theater alone. In the Lebanese capital of Beirut, residents observed what seemed to be two warplanes streaking across the clear blue sky, leaving distinct vapor trails in their wake. In the aftermath of the Gaza war that ignited months ago, Israel and the Iran-backed Hezbollah find themselves entangled in a conflict marked by exchanges of fire. These hostilities represent the most intense clashes between the two since a 2006 conflict. Despite the severity of the situation, the violence has primarily been localized to the border area. Hezbollah has asserted that its attacks are driven by a commitment to support the Palestinians in the Gaza Strip. This coastal enclave has witnessed significant loss of life, particularly affecting women and children. Some believe the group's stated objective raises questions about the motivations behind its involvement and how it perceives its role in the broader context of regional conflicts. As we continue, let us find out what Israel's prime minister has been saying. Benjamin Netanyahu has sent a severe warning, saying Beirut might end up like Gaza if Hezbollah started a full-scale conflict. Concern over the situation in South Lebanon has grown, according to the United Nations Interim Force in Lebanon, UNIFIL. UNIFIL stressed in a statement that there is an increasing chance of oversight, which could lead to a wider war. The peacekeeping force emphasizes the delicate nature of the existing tensions and the possibility of unforeseen outcomes that can aggravate the already combustible situation. In the latest series of attacks disclosed by Hezbollah, the militant group has claimed responsibility for multiple offensives. Specifically, one of the announced assaults involved the deployment of explosive drones aimed at an Israeli command position in proximity to Ya'ara. Simultaneously, Hezbollah reported another strike involving the launch of Burkan volcano missiles, notable for their substantial payload of hundreds of kilograms of explosives. The engagement between Hezbollah and Israel extends beyond these attacks, with Israeli airstrikes making headlines as well. Reports indicate that these airstrikes occurred on the outskirts of the Lebanese village of Yarun, a location not far from one of the Israeli positions explicitly targeted by Hezbollah. Examining the details of these occurrences forces us to think about the larger military tactics at work. What goals does Hezbollah hope to accomplish with the use of deadly drones and potent missiles? To these many forms of aggression, how does Israel modify its response? The targeted Lebanese community was only a short distance away from Israeli airstrikes, which begs concerns about the possible effects on civilian populations and the wider consequences for regional stability. In recent events, as a preliminary response, Hezbollah has launched several rocket salvos into Israel from southern Lebanon in response to the death of a prominent Hamas official in Beirut, which was widely believed to have been caused by Israel. The escalation of violence along the disputed border between Israel and Lebanon occurs in the backdrop of elevated regional tensions, leading U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken to set out on a 5-day trip to the Middle East. With the primary objective of reducing tensions that carry a considerable risk of developing into a larger and more unstable conflict, Blinken must deal with the complicated terrain of an area filled with raging disputes and growing confrontations. Given the situation, we wonder what Antony Blinken, the U.S. Secretary of State, plans to do during his visit to the Middle East. How will he talk to important people to calm things down and create an atmosphere for talking? What smart diplomatic ways will he use to handle the complicated problems in the Middle East? Whether his mission works or not depends on everyone involved agreeing to focus on diplomatic solutions instead of making things worse. The prevailing sentiment among most analysts is that the likelihood of an all-out war between Hezbollah and Israel remains low. The rationale behind this assessment is rooted in the recognition that neither party seems immediately willing to take on the significant risks associated with such a conflict. The considerations encompass a range of factors, including the potential for substantial casualties, the financial burden, and the extensive destruction that would inevitably accompany a full-scale clash. In recent speeches over the past week, Hassan Nasrallah, the leader of Hezbollah, has issued threats of retaliation for the killing of Saleh al-Arori, the deputy political leader of Hamas. However, Nasrallah stopped short of explicitly committing to an escalation of attacks on Israel. Hezbollah and Hamas are close partners, and Arori passed away in a neighborhood that is a hub for the organization. It is reported that there are other Hamas leaders stationed in Gaza, Turkey, and Qatar. As a steadfast ally of Israel, how will the U.S. handle its position in the current war with Hamas? The question that remains as Secretary of State Antony Blinken speaks with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is whether he will put pressure on Israel to improve civilian protection in Gaza, permit more access to aid, and address the far-right minister's calls for the mass resettlement of Palestinians. A call that the United States has denounced as provocative and reckless. Netanyahu's reluctance to participate in detailed planning for the governance of Gaza after the conclusion of Israel's military offensive has stirred tensions with Washington. The Israeli Prime Minister's rejection of the U.S.'s preferred options has further strained the relationship. Washington desires a comprehensive and collaborative approach to address the post-conflict situation in Gaza, but Netanyahu's resistance has caused friction. In response to the mounting pressure and the need for post-war stability, senior Israeli officials have hastily put forth some proposals in recent days. These proposals likely seek to strike a balance between addressing the concerns raised by the U.S. and safeguarding Israel's strategic interests. According to a proposal made by Israel's defense minister, Israel plans to continue to be in charge of Gaza's security, but in a unique manner, a Palestinian organization would supervise daily operations under Israeli direction. Furthermore, the United States, the European Union, and other regional partners would also share responsibility for the territory's rehabilitation. Yoav Gallant's idea is very different from the U.S. position, which favors the re-establishment of the Palestinian Authority to take control of Gaza. The United States also highlights the necessity of restarting talks to create a Palestinian state alongside Israel. The U.S. State Department spokesperson, Matthew Miller, recognized the severe concerns and difficult decisions facing the area and highlighted the challenges that lay ahead during this tour. Moreover, Washington's pressure appears to have prompted Yoav Gallant to communicate a more focused strategy against Hamas fighters and commanders. In response to U.S. pressure, Israel has recently withdrawn some of its forces from Gaza. However, rather than staying idle, these redeployed forces are now being stationed in the northern region as a deterrent against Hezbollah. To make things more complicated, the U.S. has another big worry. In the Red Sea, rebels called the Houthis from Yemen, who are supported by Iran, are attacking commercial ships a lot. They've done this over 24 times since December 19th. They're doing this as a response to the conflict in Gaza, and it's causing more tension in the region. These attacks mess up international trade, making it harder to move goods around the world and creating risks for the global economy. The U.S. now has to deal with not just the Gaza conflict, but also the frequent attacks in the Red Sea by the Houthis. This is a big challenge because it affects important sea routes that are crucial for businesses worldwide. The disruptions caused by these attacks can make things more expensive for companies, mess up supply chains, and have a bigger impact on the stability of the world economy. So, the U.S. has to figure out how to handle both these problems, the Gaza conflict and the attacks in the Red Sea, and make sure that international trade stays safe and the global economy doesn't get hurt too much. Thank you for watching.
In a surprising turn for the new year, the Palestinian resistance movement continues to demonstrate its resilience and activity, maintaining control of Gaza despite claims from the occupying authority of their defeat. The persisting rocket attacks in occupied Palestine highlight the futility of a purely military resolution to the crisis. The path to peace and progress in Palestine lies in diplomatic efforts. Despite challenges posed by YouTube regulators, the OMT News team remains steadfast in delivering accurate information. Your support in advocating for honest reporting by sharing and subscribing would greatly contribute to raising awareness about the ongoing situation in Palestine. Today's noteworthy development is the reported attempt by Palestinians to intercept an occupying force helicopter in the skies above the Gaza Strip. The capability to engage or target a helicopter challenges perception of a supposedly defeated Palestinian force, suggesting continued activity within the Strip. Throughout the ongoing crisis, the occupying forces have consistently employed various helicopters within the Gaza region for their combat operations. These helicopters, part of the Occupation Air Force, IAF, encompass a range of models serving distinct purposes. Among them, the Boeing AH-64 Apache stands out for its adaptable nature, known for its efficacy in providing close air support and engaging in anti-tank warfare. Additionally, the Bell AH-1 Cobra is recognized for its combat prowess within such operations. Moreover, the Sikorsky UH-60 Black Hawk has been a regular sight, primarily tasked with troop transportation, utility missions, and aiding in search and rescue efforts. Another notable helicopter utilized by the occupying forces is the Boeing CH-47 Chinook, functioning as a heavy-lift transport helicopter pivotal for troop movement, logistical support, and the transportation of heavy equipment. In the mix of helicopters used, the Airbus H-125M occasionally plays a role, often identified in roles of light attack, reconnaissance, and utility within the operational framework. The most recent reports indicate an alleged attempt by the resistance to engage or target one of these helicopters within the Gaza region. According to the spokesperson for Gaza's resistance, Abu Obaida, Palestinians have continued their resistance against the occupation, altering the crisis dynamics and challenging the perceived strength of the heavily armed occupation military equipped with Western weapons. The military wing of the Palestinian resistance movement reportedly initiated another series of strikes against the occupied territories, specifically targeting Tel Aviv and its surrounding areas. This action was described as retaliation for what they referred to as the occupation regime's severe acts against the besieged Gaza Strip. Allegedly, the Palestinians launched missile attacks on Tel Aviv and its suburbs, citing the need to respond to what they deemed as Zionist injustice against civilians. Palestinian media sources claimed that the missile strike, occurring on the 94th day of occupation's ongoing aggression towards Gaza, triggered sirens in Tel Aviv and approximately 30 southern cities and towns. Similarly, on the first day of the new year, the Palestinian resistance reportedly executed an attack on Tel Aviv and its suburbs. This assault purportedly resulted in the destruction of numerous occupation military vehicles and casualties among the regime's forces, reportedly numbering over a dozen. Occupation media has admitted that 9 officers and soldiers from the Zionist enemy army were neutralized, and others were injured in 2 separate attacks in the Gaza Strip in the past 24 hours. The media described Palestinian operation as the hardest day for the occupation army since the beginning of the aggression on the Gaza Strip. The same sources said the first operation hit occupation ammunition depot, neutralizing and wounding soldiers, while the second operation hit a building containing soldiers in the south of the Gaza Strip. The occupation announced that 519 officers and soldiers have been neutralized since the start of Operation Al-Aqsa flood operation, including about 189 lost since the start of the ground aggression on Gaza. It's crucial to raise awareness and promote informed discussions on this matter. Consider sharing this information and subscribing.
John, take us through some of the most recent Jelly Bean videos, especially around the attack tunnels. What can you say about, the Israelis are talking a lot about tunnels. We've got some videos. Set this up for us.
Yeah, so a part of Israel's attempt to exit the war in Gaza is to say that they destroyed the tunnel network. And so we've got a couple of videos here that show the use and the significance of the tunnel network that exists. This is a war in Barej. This is in central Gaza. This war in this central Gaza area is only about a week old in intensity. And you can see an engineering troop carrier there with a soldier outside of it. And in this video, we're seeing them use an attack tunnel to come out into open space. And also, if we note this one, it's not a helmet cam. So they're sending the cameraman and the shooter out the same tunnel and getting within, a couple hundred feet.
When you look at this, we study this video, Israel can't defeat them because, like I said in the beginning, they're popping up out the ground. The tunnels are everywhere. They can't defeat. It's nothing they really can do. They don't want to go inside underground because they don't have the heart. So used to be, these tanks was enough. Well, in modern warfare, these tanks are nothing. That's just true.
Of an Israeli armored vehicle. And we can see in this video also that the spotter is also the cameraman in that video. So that's using a tunnel that the Israelis don't know are there to access that close to an Israeli position. And again, we talk about this all the time on these videos, but just the courage and commitment to stand in an open field like that, sort of like the #1 rule of guerrilla warfare, is not to be out in the open space, but to use concealment to attack. And these Palestinians are using a tunnel, which effectively operates as concealment, to access this area where the Israelis have just set up to start operating. And so it gives you a clue at the type of tunnel network that exists. And maybe if we can go to the next one
now,
Tamara, this is also in
every good military. You're supposed to have your infantry surrounding the tank or sweeping around the tank to ward off stuff like that. You absolutely supposed to have men on the ground protecting the tank. The tank is supposed to be used to hit fortified locations, hit stuff that's downfield, not stuff that's right up on it. But the Israelis are too afraid to get out of these tanks or to be wandering around. They're too afraid. So this is how the tanks are just getting picked off.
Barej. This is again very close distance to Israeli armored vehicles. So the tunnels are able to be either dug really quickly like that or already exist in these places. Either way, that's significant. And now we've taken out, and one of the reasons we call them jelly beans was because we were worried about the sensors. But in this video, so we've taken out the audio, but in this video, you can see also the shooter and the cameraman are separate, and they both go here. You can watch them go down into the tunnel together. They sent two people out the same attack tunnel. And then here at the end of this clip, you can see them climbing over each other to get back into the tunnel safely to fight another day. And so you can see that this attack tunnel network, it's not just a defensive network where they can, protect their fighters and have logistics, but they're able to use the branches of this tunnel network to access Israeli forces. And this is something that will happen increasingly if Israel is attempting to set up a buffer zone. What we're looking at right there is a shooter coming out the tunnel and firing into what Israel is calling the buffer zone. And part of its apparent part of its attempt to wind down the war in Gaza is to establish themselves in this buffer zone. And right here, you're seeing them bulldozing trees in a forested, olive tree area, destroying the trees and then bulldozing the land. And this video just shows you that the more they do that, the more accessible they are by the fighters. And this is in Barej, this is in central Gaza, but we can see the use of tunnels also in Khan Yunis. If we see this next clip in Khan Yunis, here you can see how the tunnel is dug there. So they're using, and look at the proximity. He goes, checks, see how close it is, the armored vehicle right beside him. He gets passed by his assistant here, a Shawaz magnetic explosively formed penetrator, which we talked about on last episode. And once again, also on last episode, we showed hand delivery to the spot on the turret of the tank that it's weakest. Something we've also seen Qassam give their fighters that kind of information about where to hit. So again, you can see the tunnel. So the tunnel network exists under the ground. Once they spot the positioning of the Israelis, then they're digging that last little bit to make the attack tunnel. And if the Israelis are setting up in the buffer zone, this is something that we're going to see more of. Again, just incredible courage and military acumen to carry out your mission. That tank is operated. Somebody is inside that. And there's also tanks all around that. And so we're seeing that attack tunnel be used as a hint of what the massive tunnel network that Israel is claiming, with a lot of counting statistics, like Israel saying, like, we've destroyed, we've kind of covered it on this show, like 500 tunnels. And then they said 800 tunnels. Now they're saying 1,500 tunnels. That
John, one question I have. When I saw this, it's so incredible for so many reasons, but you can see that's a freshly dug tunnel. Yeah. And so I think, in a way, that this tells us that thinking about the tunnel network as some static thing that's been built, like a metro system, like, yes, occasionally every 50 years they might build a new line, but that's the wrong way to think about it. The tunnel network is dynamic, it's living, it's changing all the time. Is that a better way to think about it?
Yeah, and it was described by the Israelis that were down there as a spider web, right? So it's not just a straightaway that takes you from A to B. It's a spider web, and that spider web is both the reason why the Israelis won't be able to neutralize it, but also gives you a clue of the efficacy of using it for different means. So you can use it for logistics, you can use it for moving, but you can also use it as an attack network, and it's the same tunnel network. It's not some separate network. And so I think that this idea that the Israelis, part of their drawdown, they're saying they rotated out 30,000 troops or so. They don't say numbers, but 5 brigades. They said that they're rotating them out and they're beginning to draw down forces. And they're looking for an end game, which involves them being in the buffer zone, with the supposition by Israel that if you're in the buffer zone, you're pushing Palestinian rocket fire or October 7th military attacks back from the border.
That right there, the man just popped up out the hole, up out the tunnel, ran to the tank. It is a dude inside the tank. Put the explosive to the tank, ran off and blew it up.
Position by Israel that if you're in the buffer zone, you're pushing Palestinian rocket fire or October 7th military attacks back from the border. But what we're seeing is that if that's the plan for the Israelis, that the guerrilla war element of this fight will take it to them in these areas. It's just the tunnel network, to say the Israelis to say 1,500. So even if they're lying about that number, the fact that they're using a number that's that enormous, and you're still seeing that very few senior Qassam leaders in Gaza are being hit. So they're clearly being able to use the tunnel to protect their forces. We have no idea how many of the 20 plus thousand people they've killed are Hamas fighters, but the number that it suggests from everything that we've seen is nowhere near what the Israelis are saying. And they're saying 8,000, and 8,000 of a 40,000 member force, plus the 10 other groups that are involved in the armed struggle, plus any Palestinian in Gaza who becomes a guerrilla fighting this occupation. So we can see that militarily they're not anywhere near where they can say the Israelis told The Economist, which has sort of been the lead in getting Israeli intelligence information about this, that the command and control structure of Qassam has been completely disabled, that the command and control structure doesn't exist at all anymore for Qassam,
And that's how they were able
ludicrous.
they were able to fire those missiles at Tel Aviv at the stroke of midnight on New Year's Eve. Another thing, just echoing your comments about Saleh al-Aruri, and what's the impact? This, I'm not changing the subject. I'm going to bring it back to this, but I want to say, we can see the impact in terms of the strikes and demonstrations across the occupied West Bank. That this is only increasing the support for Hamas. I mean, Israel thinks they're taking someone out, not to diminish his importance and his contribution that he made to within the organization, but it's increasing the appeal. But I think one effect of what Israel has done is that they're just going to get an even bigger rocket named after him. The Al-Aruri 300. I don't know what they'll call it. But.
Yeah, I mean, it's true. He's an important leader. There's no question about it. But there's no way that there's no. If you look at the trajectory at the course, like I remember when I was reporting in Gaza was the time that they were assassinating Sheikh Yassin and Abdulaziz Rantizi, and at the time it seemed like, what is Israel doing? This is the craziest thing, But if you look back on it, the group isn't impacted by that, and that's the leadership. But the actual fighting force, when they're saying that they've disabled the command and control of the fighting force, Qassam brigades are an organized military. They're an organized, as you've talked about before, order of battle of a conventional army, Ali. And so when they lose their fighters, they replace them in a logical, following on their leadership. It's easy. It's obvious who they'll replace them with. And maybe it's not quite as clear with Aruri because of his relationships with Nasrallah and the Iranians who they'll replace him with. But over the course of history, when they've killed these leaders, we can all in the public basically name who the next leader is going to be, right? It's not it's a mystery within the movement that we have no idea. The leadership in the movement is obvious and it's known. And so these kind of attacks, they don't have any significance on the functioning of the group over the long term. Again, he's a significant loss. There's no question about it. But when we're talking about command and control and breaking down command and control, we're going to go into a set of videos here, one from Qassam and one from Soraya Al-Quds, that shows behind the scenes how these videos are made. And so
Yeah, let's go to
it
that.
gives you a sense. So here they say, after they pass, we'll send you a signal. We'll say they've gotten close. You see him on the phone there. He says, after that, you send the shooter, you send the spotter, then the shooter, his helper, and the cameraman. And then we see these guys go out. They're on a phone, on a closed phone line. They move through the buildings. These guys are saying, look, there he is, there he is. They're seeing the Israelis in the position. You can see away the cameraman setting up the shot. He's in a separate spot. And he's saying, look at the upper floor. There they are. There they are. And the other fighter says to him, relax, relax. Let them collect. So there's more of them there to carry out the attack. Again, this is a behind the scenes that we've never seen. This is the first time they've shown us this. You can see the helper there passing the thermobaric grenade, which is an anti-personnel, anti-fortification. It's built for this task, let's put it that way. And you can see that there's multiple people involved. So there's 4 people in that unit, and he says, we got them. And that's the building after. Again, so he says, we're looking at the armored personnel carrier there. He's saying, send the spotter. After that comes the shooter and his helper and the cameraman. He climbs out the window on an above ground window, climbs across the alley into a separate house where the shooters obviously are, because we saw them on the phone. They're not in the same spot. They're coordinating these in multiple locations. So whatever the opposite of command and control is what we're watching here. We're watching dudes on the phone, phoning each other and setting up an operation in Shujaiya, again, where the Israelis were hit very hard in this war and in each previous war.
And
again,
once again, the Israelis in that video showing their love of Windows.
Yeah, it still hasn't changed. They're in the windows all day, all week this week. It's not clear. I don't know if some of these are reservists that just have no idea, and that's part of the thing they're rotating out. It's not, I mean, people say it in the comments underneath. There's soldiers saying that this is like literally the first day of basic training. It's not a sophisticated military assessment to not stand in a window.
But I mean, is it, you know, John, we've all seen these videos, okay? Haven't they seen them? Or are they in such a bubble of propaganda and indoctrination that do they know what's happening?
I don't know if that's clear. I don't know if that's clear, because we haven't seen that kind of lessons learned stuff. I don't know if they're just all into their TikTok videos. Like the difference, the juxtaposition between the Palestinian resistance videos and the Israeli TikTok culture just couldn't be more, it couldn't be more stark. It's not clear that the Israelis, I mean, a lot of this, let's say for the resistance, this is very disciplined. They're blurring the buildings. They're blurring, obviously, their fighters. They're releasing the videos not necessarily the same day, so they're not giving the Israelis that information. In their field reports, they write basically Qassam details all of their attacks, but they generally detail them along an axis of fighting, not in a specific area necessarily, but in a wider area, basically corresponding to the battalions that are fighting in this area. So this is the Shujaiya battalion carrying out this behind the scenes operation. And then we have another one from Sarai al-Quds, which is just from yesterday. Again, moving through the rubble, which we'll show again, using a conventional RPG-7 that Sarai al-Quds uses, moving through the neighborhood with knowledge of the neighborhood, passing the weaponry through these mouse holes that are created, that are part of the urban warfare landscape. And Sarai al-Quds, as I said last time, their videos take you a little bit longer shot on this. But so they've moved through the neighborhood without ever coming out on the street. And then he's creeping up here, and watch when he turns the corner here. It's right there. And so they're scoping the neighborhood with spotters, and then they're moving through the rubble to get this shot. And again, so that's a behind the scenes. We saw the cameraman operating in this video as well. And so we can see both the military acumen, but also the way that the information war is critical to these fighters. Showing these videos is very important part of the war. In a war where it's difficult to get sort of on the ground journalism of the fighting because of the massacres that Israel's carrying out. You can't do any kind of like on the ground following of these fighters in the same way that maybe covering the Intifada, that we were on the ground with the stone throwing kids and with the fighters on the street. This is Israel has created a massacre scenario in Gaza where it's impossible for journalists to get this kind of stuff. And so part of the information war, and that's a Merkava tank getting hit from close up, too close to for this trophy active protection system to kick in. And so that's part of the thing. That's part of the fighting style, is to move through these walls to get into a better position, not to simply say, oh, there's a tank and fire at it. But you can see by these behind the scenes videos, and that's what this video is showing. It's a behind the scenes video by Sarai Al-Quds that are showing you the way that the cameraman, the cameraman and the spotter and the shooter all function together. And so that's one from Qassam and one from Sarai Al-Quds, really showing us, I think, for the first time, 80 days into this, exactly how these videos are made. And sometimes the videos, with the explosions, because of the explosions, the videos can look like chaos. But these videos show that they're clearly not chaos. They're not just staging some shoot here. They're integrating the information operations within the war fighting. And so we have more of these moving through the rubble. Because the foundation for Israel's war has been to destroy Gaza, as if you're going to make the resistance hand back the prisoners by destroying the landscape.
Thanks for watching this video. Please subscribe to our YouTube channel.
To the mother of all talk shows. Let me start, as it were, far from your home ground in the Levant. Let me start in the Yemen. Let me start in the Red Sea. We keep hearing blood-curdling threats from, amongst others, the jumped-up twerp who passes for Britain's Minister of Defence, that we're going to go to war with Yemen. With whose army? I have no idea. What's happening in the Red Sea now?
Hi, George. Thanks for having me on. It's great to be back on Moats. I also don't know which army is going to take the fight to Yemen, because we tried this once already through the Saudis and the Emiratis, supplying them with weapons to do that, and they lost. And this is not a long time ago. It's barely been a year since they had to go and make peace with the Houthis and admit defeat. And the situation in the Red Sea is very interesting, because when it comes to Gaza, you have 6 fronts essentially. You've got Gaza itself, you have the West Bank, and the Jenin Martyrs Brigade, all the factions there that are giving the Israelis trouble because they're giving them trouble. Then you go to Syria, you go to Iraq, the American bases are under attack there. And then, of course, there's the Lebanese front and the 6th, and which is last but not least important. That is the final front on in this war, and it is without a doubt the most important, because what the Yemenis have done is disrupt global trade. So this is not just a question of punishing the Israelis financially for what they're doing in Gaza. It's also a question of making Western companies that do business with Israel and the United States, which is supplying Israel, also feel the shock. And so now they have to go around, South Africa, and they have to go, if they want to cross the Mediterranean into the Suez Canal and down the Red Sea, they can't anymore. So what Yemen have done is effectively bring or take shipping back 200 years. And make no mistake, they're suffering a lot more than they're letting on. This is deeply humiliating for the West. It's deeply humiliating for Israel. And the fact that their international trade has been severed from the South it's really causing them a lot of trouble. The thing is that the Americans, they pulled back one of their ships from the Red Sea because of several developments. Hezbollah just the other day struck the Israeli port city of Eilat, which is on the Red Sea, showing you that not just Hezbollah but also Iraq, both of them can reach that far south with the weapon systems that they currently have. And this is just a taste of what they actually possess. So the Americans are deeply afraid of a wider confrontation, even though the Israelis certainly want that. The Israelis are happy to drag the rest of the world down with them. But the resistance are constantly developing better and better weapon systems. And so the result is that this is not just a defeat on the economic front, but also militarily. These so-called great armies like the Israelis, ourselves in Britain and the Americans, we can no longer posture the way that we used to. And so while there's a decline in Western capabilities, the capabilities of the resistance are just going up and up. And of course, this is, I haven't even mentioned Iran as well, which is, in possession of far better missiles and systems than Hezbollah and the Yemenis have access to. Although once again, it should be pointed out how far they have come. It is really a problem now that this war is on 6 fronts. I don't see how the Americans and the Israelis are going to dig themselves out of this one. They're really pinned down, and any army knows that when you're pinned down on more than one front, you're in big trouble. Never mind 6.
Yes, let's move then to one of the most important of those 6, the one which you and I are both very familiar with, namely Israel's northern border, Lebanon's southern border. Israel is upping the ante. I mentioned earlier the white phosphorus attack, which I saw with my own eyes, landing on civilians in South Lebanon just this day, as clear an act of war crime as it's possible to see. You could see it coming out of the aircraft and landing on civilians in South Lebanon. They keep upping the ante. They're going further and further. They carried out an illegal assassination just a few days ago in Beirut itself. How close are we to an all-out war, a la 2006, between Lebanon and Israel?
Well, I don't want to make any predictions, but in 2006, which is, it's almost 20 years ago now. Even back then, Hezbollah once again surprised the Israelis. They were coming out of tunnels like you see Hamas doing now. And the Israelis were paranoid of being taken out by these so-called ghosts, right? These troops that they would never see. And of course, I was just talking about how Iraq and Lebanon can strike in the Red Sea. The same thing in 2006 when they took out an Israeli ship. So the capabilities that they possess today really frighten the Israelis. They're on the Israelis are at a stage now of decline, which you see in empires or colonies, where they become so desperate to cling on to power and to exist and to stay, to keep control of whatever place they've invaded, that they become irrational. And they even end up, it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. They start accelerating their own demise. This is what we're seeing right now. If it comes to an all-out war, Israel is going to get hit very badly. And what they did with this assassination, this shows you that they're losing the war, because the primary front is in Gaza, right? You have the Qassam fighters against the Israelis. They're wiping the floor with them. Every day you have videos coming out of them taking out, ground units, bulldozers, tanks. It is so embarrassing. And so to distract from this, the Israelis have gone and carried out these assassinations. Salah Haruri, he was the deputy leader of the Hamas political bureau. And he was mentored by Qasem Soleimani. And the date, they assassinated Haruri on the anniversary of the assassination of Soleimani. That's not a coincidence. That was on purpose. It was to provoke the resistance. And then, of course, the same day, they also bombed this memorial service that they had for Soleimani in Iran. And then they claimed it was ISIS, which we all know is an Israeli and an American proxy. And then they did an assassination of Mousavi, who's an Iranian general advising Syria against Al-Qaeda and ISIS. And then they also, of course, carried out an assassination of the PMU in Iraq. And so these are Netanyahu's way of saying, I'm capable of doing things. Yeah, okay, but they're not going to win him the war. I mean, Sheikh Ahmad Yassin was also taken out by the Israelis. Did the resistance become weaker? No, on the contrary. The same thing with Soleimani. The resistance only became stronger. And this is because you can't defeat a resistance by killing one person, because the entire population is sick of Israel's oppression, of their occupation, of these, things like dropping white phosphorus, which you just mentioned, which are so commonplace. And yet the whole world seems not to see it. So, you can't defeat that by murdering one person. You have hundreds, thousands ready to take that person's place and continue the fight for liberation. So, the last thing the Israelis want, if they were thinking straight, is a war with Lebanon. They can barely handle the front. I mean, just yesterday, the Hezbollah in retaliation hit it's actually an Israeli surveillance base. It runs drone operations, airstrikes, spy ops, Meron base, and it's at the highest point in occupied Palestine. And Hezbollah fired 62 ATGMs on it, and there's no Iron Dome that can deal with these things. They're land to land, and so 40 out of those missiles struck the Israeli base. And for the last 3 months, the Israelis have had their surveillance posts, observation towers. They're blinded now on the fence with Lebanon. So this is just a small taste of what is yet to come should the Israelis escalate foolishly and make this problem deeper than it is now.
Turning to the first front, I said earlier that the withdrawal of substantial numbers of ground troops from the northern part of Gaza is partly because of the spreading disease, fungal disease, that they have picked up in Gaza, a disease which has been the result of the destruction of water and sewage and electricity as a matter of deliberate policy, but to which the Israelis have not been affected before, exposed before. But the main reason, surely, is that the ground forces are being engaged by the Palestinian partisans of all factions and beaten in hand-to-hand fighting in these very auspicious topographical circumstances for a guerrilla army. I mean, it's very difficult to move tanks and artillery around the wreckage that Israel itself has made of 80% of Gaza. You have to get out your vehicle and come through the alley where the partisans are cutting them down in very large numbers.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, without a doubt, George, the tactics that we see Hamas employing today, their strategy and style of guerrilla warfare, without question, we will see people studying these tactics 100, 200 years from now, without question, because it is hard to show any guerrilla force that has fought this well, this effectively against an army with nuclear weapons. The Israelis have a navy, they have an air force, they've got all this logistical and military and intelligence support from the West. Biden gave them $14 billion and they already get $3.8 billion a year. They're spoiled, silly. And of course, shamefully, Britain is also providing them support from Cyprus. And so, the point is that the Israelis get all this material support, never mind the political support, for their war effort, and they still fail. What does that say about Hamas, who are not only fighting, we should remember that the Hamas fighters are living in the same conditions that everyone else in Gaza is living in, right? So they're also short on food, they're short on water, they're struggling physically. And yet they persevere nevertheless. They come out on top, and they have proven the Israelis to be a weak, pathetic army. it's been 3 months now that this episode of the occupation of of this war has begun, and the Israelis have failed to take a single military objective. They said they want to defeat Hamas. Hamas is still here. The Israelis haven't even been able to take out any Hamas infrastructure, never mind defeat Hamas itself. They managed to kill one leader who wasn't even in Gaza. And that was just to distract from their failures on the battlefield, the very ones you alluded to. And so in addition to failing to defeat Hamas, they said they want to liberate hostages, but all they've done is kill hostages. You've had at least 60 that have been killed by Israel's own bombs. And then another 3 that were killed by ground units when they tried surrendering. It's really an embarrassing, abysmal failure. And the only reason the war is still going is because Netanyahu needs this war for his war cabinet to have a purpose. Otherwise, it would be dissolved, and then he would immediately be thrown into prison or face more charges. The second that this war finishes, one way or another, he's going to take the fall for everything. And then they won't say, well, it's Israel's fault as a whole, the occupation. They'll try and pin it on him as an individual, and he of course shares a lot of the blame.
Yeah.
But Israel tactically has failed, militarily has failed, and politically its reputation is in tatters.
He's just announced he's going to force his cabinet to take polygraph tests to prove whether they're lying when they say that they're not leaking. It's a very jolly cabinet atmosphere, I must say. Lastly, Richard, the ICC, you have to be black or be a Serbian to get convicted at the ICC. But the ICJ is a slightly different kettle of fish, a less politicized court, one would have hoped, with a better class of judge, more mindful of their legacy. That's why Israel's quite anxious about what's going to happen in the South African case. What's your view on it?
Well, I think first of all, we should applaud South Africa. We should really thank our brothers and sisters there for taking this to the ICJ, because they have done not just Palestinians, but the whole world a service by reminding everyone of their obligations of international law. And unfortunately, it also has to be said, not to commit genocide. So the ICC is geared towards prosecuting individuals. And as you said, you only qualify for conviction if you're black or a Serbian. When it comes to the ICJ, to the International Court of Justice, this deals with countries, and it also rules on matters of opinion. And so right now, the only reason the Israelis are going to have to defend themselves, usually they wouldn't bother, is because they have signed the Genocide Convention, and they've also, if you've accepted previous rulings, you have to go before the court. It's like the Americans with Nicaragua. They were kind of forced into that situation, even though they didn't want to be in it, although that was a different matter. But the ICJ will convene within a week, and it won't take them long to decide. And then if they rule that Israel is, just if the case has merit, ultimately the Americans at home, they will also be, the Biden administration will be in violation of the Genocide Implementation Act. So this is how treaties are translated into law. It's like the Human Rights Act is the translation of the Human Rights Convention in Britain. So the Biden administration will also be facing cases then because of their complicity, their support, material and political for Israel. The problem is that even though the ICJ is the highest court in the UN system, Israel has a tradition, has a habit, a nasty habit of just giving the finger, pardon my French, to a lot of the UN rulings that come from the Security Council or otherwise. And these are legally binding. The 242 and many others have told Israel to withdraw from the occupied territories, from Syria's Golan Heights, from the West Bank, from Jerusalem. They don't listen. They do not care. And even though the Americans back then let these resolutions pass or voted in favor of them, they've broken with them since. And Biden is more than happy to keep Donald Trump's positions on Israel, which says a lot. This I can only hope that something comes of this, because once the ICJ, if they rule in favor of South Africa's case and the Palestinians, all countries in the UN system, all UN member states and those who signed the convention will be obligated to also themselves prevent this genocide from continuing. It will have to cease and desist. Will they actually abide by it? I'm doubtful. I'm very doubtful. I think a lot of countries have shown themselves to be morally lacking. Yeah, and you know, they have failed.
Morally bereft. But look at it this way, Richard. It actually could get some people off the hook. It could actually provide an exit ramp from something that is turning out to be a thoroughgoing disaster for virtually everyone concerned, except the arms manufacturers. It might, in an election year, allow Joe Biden to fight an election without this slaughter continuing on his watch at his expense or at the taxpayers' expense. It might provide an off-ramp for the European governments, who might be then able to say, well, look, obviously we're legally obliged to uphold this decision of the court, and so we can no longer send you weapons, money, and support you diplomatically, and so on. It's just a thought, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, but I think they should still be held accountable nonetheless. And I know you would agree with me, but you know, if it does provide an off ramp, it should be for you know, to end the conflict, to stop the bombs. But then everyone responsible should still be prosecuted one way or another, because you know, if they are allowed to get away with this, I mean, you know, you can say goodbye to humanity itself, because this is a crime on such an unprecedented scale. You know, it's not like Cambodia, it's not like you know, Rwanda, where it wasn't clear what was happening until after the fact. We saw this genocide, you know, you and I and everyone on earth, we saw it from the very moment it began. And there have to be consequences. And I know Biden is fighting an election this year, and that's true. That's also why he doesn't want an escalation in the Red Sea, because you know, Yemen's embargo is also going to affect oil prices, and they've struck Aramco in the past. If they want to, they can do it again. So he also has to take that into consideration. It certainly was during the midterms. And then, you know, the only reason he got elected last time is because, you know, Black voters, Latino voters, young voters, voters of color came out and got him elected. And they should remember, everybody involved should remember in November not to vote for Joe Biden, even if he stops this the next second, because, you know, his legacy should forever be that he committed genocide in Gaza.
Brilliant, Richard. Always a pleasure. Thank you very much, Richard Medhurst, the independent journalist and political
This is a statement from Dr. John Maddox, Trauma Medical Director, and Dr. Gregory Chestnut, Center for Prostate Disease Research of the Murtha Center Director at Walter Reed National Military Medical Center.
Now, for the last several days, they have been saying Lloyd Austin was in the hospital. He didn't tell Biden. He was handling government official business while he was in the hospital. And we mysteriously didn't know what happened. I said, man, that probably got caught up in some type of airstrike or something somewhere in Ukraine. So today they come out and they say Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin diagnosed with prostate cancer. They're going to tell us because Lloyd Austin, they don't want y'all to see him right now. I mean, just give him some time, you know, with his family, you know, y'all. You know, who knows if this prostate cancer, if he gonna make it. We don't know. It's a very sad day. Lord half-mast the flags in America, y'all. Who knows if Lloyd Austin gonna make it from this cancer, they say. But that's not what I'm hearing. I'm hearing the man was allegedly caught up around Ukraine when Putin was throwing out some hypersonic missiles last week. That is what I'm hearing. But let's hear this right here.
Center in Bethesda, Maryland.
because this is
beginning the statement. As part of Secretary Austin's routinely recommended health screening, he has undergone regular prostate-specific antigen PSA surveillance. Changes in his laboratory evaluation in early December 2023 identified prostate cancer, which required treatment. On December 22nd, 2023, after consultation with his medical team, he was admitted to Walter Reed National Military Medical Center and underwent a minimally invasive surgical procedure called a prostatectomy to treat and cure prostate cancer. He was under general anesthesia during this procedure. Secretary Austin recovered uneventfully from his surgery and returned home the next morning. His prostate cancer was detected early and his prognosis is excellent.
Nonsense. The world,
on January 1st, 2020.
The world is a stage. Where did Lloyd Austin get caught slipping at? I'm going to find out because I'm on to this. Where did Lloyd Austin get caught slipping? Was it the Middle East? I'm hearing it was Ukraine. I'm going to play some information on that next. But the fact that now today they come up with, while he was regularly, getting a screening that the president didn't know about, nobody knew about. He just got rushed into the medical hospital to get a routine checkup. And they found that he has prostate cancer. That's what they found. This script they reading don't smell right.
24, Secretary Austin was admitted to Walter Reed National Military Medical Center with complications from the December 22nd procedure, including nausea with severe abdominal, hip, and leg pain. Initial evaluation revealed a urinary tract infection. On January 2, the decision was made to transfer him to the ICU for close monitoring and a higher level of care. Further evaluation revealed abdominal fluid collections impairing the function of his small intestines. This resulted in the backup of his intestinal contents, which was treated by placing a tube through his nose to drain his stomach. The abdominal fluid collections were drained by non-surgical drain placement. He's progressed steadily throughout his stay. His infection is cleared. He continues to make progress, and we anticipate a full recovery, although this can be a slow process. During the stay, Secretary Austin never lost consciousness and never underwent general anesthesia. Prostate cancer is the most common cause of cancer among American men, and it impacts 1 in every 8 men and 1 in every 6 African-American men during their lifetime. Despite the frequency of prostate cancer, discussions about screening, treatment, and support are often deeply personal and private ones. Early screening is important for detection and treatment of prostate cancer, and people should talk to their doctors to see what screening is appropriate for them. End statement. Secretary Austin continues to recover well and remains in good spirits. He's in contact with his senior staff and has full access to required secure communications capabilities and continues to monitor DoD's day-to-day operations worldwide. At this time, I do not have any information to provide in terms of when he might be released from the hospital, but we'll be sure to keep you updated. And until then, we will continue to release daily status updates.
Oh, man, people here. Who knows? We don't believe you. Yeah, we can't believe the words these people say. Now we got to dig deeper into Lloyd Austin.
Its details, interesting geolocations. So let's start. And first, we're going to talk about the United States of America, to be more precise about a very interesting piece of news we got from the Washington. And the news is about the Lloyd Austin, the Minister of Defense of United States of America. Lloyd Austin will be fired for misleading and withholding information from Congress and the White House about his health. He hid that he was fighting cancer. Speaker of the U.S. House of Representatives Johnson. So you might say, what is the connection of the situation with Lloyd Austin? Of course, we wish him to recover as soon as possible, if it's possible, of course, and long living for him and so on. But you may ask, what is the connection of the health with Lloyd Austin and the situation in Ukraine? And I'll tell you and explain to you everything. First of all, you need to understand, and as I know, everybody knows that there are no NATO and officers on the territory of Ukraine. It's official position of NATO countries It's official position of United States of America. And if someone visit Ukraine and something like this, of course, it's like official trip. There is official documents for this and so on. But everybody knows that there are a lot of Western officers and NATO officers on the territory of Ukraine. At least the Ministry of Defense of Russian Federation reported lots of times before that as a result of this or that strike of Kinjal or Iskander or any other type of weapon, they managed to destroy another base, some basements or some barrack with NATO officers, that hundreds and thousands of NATO officers were killed as a result of another strike or something like this. We had this report lots of time in the past from the Ministry of Defense. So, but how does it work? NATO says that there is no NATO officers. The Russians are saying that almost every month they manage to get this or that one. And important thing is not about the situation. We don't know who's lying, who's telling the truth. The most important is if somehow another NATO officer entered Ukraine and he was hit by the Russian missile, what happens next? And you might find very interesting that if this officer is located in Ukraine or anyone else unofficially, and if somehow he managed these or that Russian missile or anyone's missile managed to get him, there is a special group that start creating a legend. And for example, if this or that NATO officer died, then we may find another car accident, or let's say we may find another heart attack, or we might find another, let's say, accident somewhere on the holidays. As a result of this accident, this or that officer died or something like this. So anyway, the legend should be, you need to explain why this or that general of NATO army died in this or that circumstances. And so this is the situation. And now we're moving back to Lloyd Austin, because according to information we have, he disappeared from TVs on the 2nd of January. The 2nd of January, I'll remind you, is the day when the Russians ended their massive missile strikes over the entire Ukraine, including Kinjal, Iskander, many other different types of missiles like of Ha series and so on. And furthermore, I'll remind you that the Russians, according to their report, during those days managed to get another base, and at least as I remember, one deputy of General Staff of Ukraine died as a result of another strike, and few, let's say, bases with officers, NATO officers, also were destroyed. So very likely, I'm not saying that this is like complete truth, that we got this information somewhere from reliable sources, or the Washington Post wrote about this. No, we don't have this, but everything.
So pay attention to, and a lot of people who are blogging and paying attention to the Ukraine and Russia war, they come to the Military Summary channel. I pay attention to a lot of his reports. He go in depth about a lot of different stuff. He don't just post stuff to post stuff. He don't need clicks and views. This military blogger is saying that Lloyd Austin was in Ukraine with the military in some bunkers that was hit by the Russian Kinzhal hypersonic missiles. That's what he's saying. He's the first one to say this, and he's posting it. So it's getting true. The American military is saying, no. Lloyd Austin is in the hospital because we found out that he had prostate cancer and he's going to have to take some time off and blah, 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 blah. Who's telling the truth?
It's like a theory that very likely.
Well, one thing I do know is if you go back a couple of days, it was a big scandal on where is Lloyd Austin. The Republicans was calling for him to step down. Did he lie? All kind of different stuff.
Austin during the, let's say, New Year holidays visited Ukraine, and it was an official visit. Maybe they wanted to discuss something with Zelensky without some official documents. And as a result of Russian missile strike, as a revenge for Belgrade bombings, when the Ukrainians were bombing Belgrade with cluster rounds, Lloyd Austin may be wounded, and he was transferred, of course, to United States of America. Maybe he's a very poor condition because of his health, and this is the reason why he was already dismissed by the Congress, and very likely that he's going to have a lot of problems, and very likely we're not going to see Lloyd Austin anymore. Once again, I hope that all these talks I just provided is just wishful thinkings, or it's just a theory, And from the other side, we wish all of Western to recover as soon as possible. Now we're moving to the situation in Ukraine, but first we're going to start with Poland. We got very interesting video from Warsaw. On this, for example, video, you can see how the Ukrainian military authorities were giving summons to Ukrainians in Warsaw. It's a very interesting video. The question is, how does it possible that Ukrainian military authorities can capture, but he's not capturing, he's just collecting data? Because you know that the situation is that Zelensky adopted a law which doesn't allow Ukrainians abroad to change their passports abroad. So now if they want to change any official document, first they need to enter.
We don't get in all that. We just want to check out Lloyd Austin, part of that story, since Lloyd Austin is allegedly missing, y'all. What? No, we know he's in the hospital, but how did he get there? Russian military blogger said he was in a bunker hit by hypersonic missiles, and they put him there. The U.S. is saying, no, God put him there and gave him cancer.
Last week, when the Israeli ambassador was told she was making, and I quote, an argument for destroying the whole of Gaza, she replied, "Do you have another solution?" Genocidal rhetoric like this has been echoed by a litany of Israeli officials and is matched by a murderous bombing campaign that has now killed more than 23,000 Palestinians, which is now why Israel faces the charge of genocide at the International Court of Justice. So will the minister expel the Israeli ambassador for her genocidal rhetoric? Will he support the case against Israel at the International Court of Justice? And will he end his government's complicity in this atrocity by banning arms sales to Israel and demanding an immediate ceasefire?
The International Court of Justice is scheduled to commence the hearing of the case in which South Africa accuses Israel of committing genocide in Gaza starting this Thursday. Currently, 5 countries, among which the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, along with Jordan, Turkey, and Malaysia, have openly expressed their support for the case, while only Israel and the United States have opposed it. The initial hearing at the International Court of Justice in The Hague will address the genocide case involving South Africa and Israel. This development is particularly significant as the global community calls for a ceasefire in Gaza. South Africa filed a complaint at the end of December alleging that Israel committed genocide during the Gaza conflict. The complaint advocates for an end to the severe military campaign, which has resulted in the deaths of over 23,000 Palestinians, including nearly 10,000 children. Most other nations have either remained silent or provided unclear stances. In a video statement, John Kirby, the spokesperson for the White House National Security Agency, characterized the case as meritless.
Idea who might be behind the bombings there today.
The October attack that shocked many people around the world. Hamas launched a deadly attack, and Israel says more than 1,000 people, mostly civilians, were killed. More than 200 others were taken hostage, including women and children, and at least 130 remain in captivity in Gaza. Israel Prime Minister took a decision to eliminate Hamas, secure the release of the hostages, and ensure that Gaza will never again constitute a threat to Israel. This was the start of bombardment of Gaza. Thousands have been killed, including women and children. The infrastructure destroyed and the healthcare system damaged.
Well, they've been claiming this for 16 years. The first time I heard it was in 2008-9 during the Operation Cast Lead, and they have never shown any proof. And the funny thing is that the Americans are starting to say the same lies. If they have the proof, show it. The evidence, put it on the table. We can discuss it, number one. Number two, if you are attacking a mixed civilian and military target, the precaution for the civilians has priority over the military benefit of that attack. So whether you choose the Geneva Convention or just normal humanity, these attacks, not only on Shifa, but on all the hospitals in North Gaza, are deplorable, and it's part of a colonial strategy not to fight military targets, but to fight the people. And I guess the South African people are very familiar with the brutality of colonial politics. What Israel is doing in Palestine is occupy. It is to expand the occupation year by year, new settlements, new colonies, and it is to deprive the Palestinian people of any decent human rights.
The UN boss called for humanitarian corridors and pause in fighting so that aid can be delivered in Gaza. This did not stop Israel's bombardment of the enclave.
As long as we have babies, Holocaust survivors, entire families, prisoners, innocent prisoners, and Hamas tunnels, there is nothing to discuss about anything that is regarding to humanitarian aid. Release the prisoners, then we might think about humanitarian aid.
A notion supported by Israel's defense force. In many countries around the world, including South Africa, calls for ceasefire grew louder.
The Israeli government has perfected the way in which it does not follow and implement decisions that are taken at the UN, at the Security Council, or in other world forums. They've become a law unto themselves internationally, and this is totally unacceptable. So we are once again calling for a ceasefire, and we're now saying that there needs to be follow-up by those international agencies that are supposed to ensure that there's a rule of law, there's order in the world. And the ICC is one of those. And the UN Security Council needs to also follow this matter up, because it's completely unacceptable that innocent people, in the way that it's been happening, where there's collective punishment that results in the deaths of so many people. It is unprecedented in the world, and it must stop.
The war in Palestine is not a holy war, it's an evil war. Because even here, the apartheid African regime used to say they are the chosen ones, used to say they are children of God, and we are animals. So when the Minister of Defense of Israel calls Palestinians animals, we know what he means, because we were called animals ourselves here in South Africa.
Israel says it has a right to defend itself.
1,200 Israelis have been butchered by Hamas in an instruction given by Hamas leadership. Civilians targeted. Over 100 Israelis, many of them civilians, women, children, elderly, have been abducted and are being held unlawfully in the Gaza Strip. There is no moral equivalence. Israel does not target civilians. Israel goes out of its way, sometimes putting its forces at risk in order to safeguard civilians. The situation on the other side is precarious, but that question needs to be directed to Hamas. Why did they attack Israeli civilians? Why did they come into our communities? Why did they butcher Israelis? Why did they think that that was a good idea? And what did they expect Israel to do? We cannot be expected not to protect our civilians, because Hamas, this terrorist organization that has created a terrorist army, hides behind the civilians of Gaza. The Palestinians of Gaza are not our enemy.
South Africa requested the International Criminal Court to intervene. With little movement from the ICC, South Africa has now taken the matter to the International Court of Justice. Both South Africa and Israel are the signatories of the Genocide Convention.
We are using the Article 9, which is a contentious procedure in terms of the convention. It means that we have a dispute with the state of Israel on whether they are complying with the duties under the convention. The Article 1 of the convention very clearly states that all parties to the convention have a duty to prevent or punish the crime of genocide. Based on what we have seen and the available evidence that has emerged in Gaza over the last month, that Israel has indeed, in our view and in the view of many, contravening the articles of the convention are indeed perpetrating the crime of genocide.
This has angered Israel.
The State of Israel emphatically condemns South Africa's decision to play advocate for the devil and to make itself criminally complicit with the perpetrators of the October 7 massacre. On October 7, South Africa openly aligned itself with the Hamas rapist regime when it blamed Israel for Hamas's violation of the ceasefire and covered up Hamas's crimes against humanity. It is now aiding and abetting that machinery of genocide. Collaborating with the perpetrators of genocide is, alas, not new to South Africa, which backed Omar al-Bashir after he was indicted for genocide in Darfur. In giving political and legal cover to the October 7 massacre and the Hamas human shield strategy, South Africa has made itself criminally complicit with Hamas's campaign of genocide against our people. It shares culpability for the tragic loss of human life. The State of Israel will appear before the International Court of Justice at The Hague to dispel South Africa's absurd blood libel. How tragic that the rainbow nation that prides itself on fighting racism will be fighting pro bono for anti-Jewish racists. We have no doubt that after the Jewish state brings to justice the perpetrators of the bloodiest massacre of Jews since the Holocaust, history will judge South Africa for abetting the modern heirs of the Nazis. We assure South Africa's leaders, history will judge you, and it will judge you without mercy.
Ahead of the hearing, a former ICC prosecutor says this is an important case.
South Africa must be really applauded for taking this stand. It is being supported by many other countries, and we hope that the outcome will be favorable. Israel will defend itself to show why it is not, why the allegations against them are not true or how they are unfounded.
South Africa has appointed a heavyweight team consisting of local and international lawyers. Pretoria is requesting the ICJ to make the provisional orders on these issues. Israel's compliance with its obligations under the Genocide Convention not to engage in genocide. Requests for provisional measures be considered urgently at the court's earliest possible opportunity. South Africa reserves its right to request additional provisional measures to prevent irreparable harm to their rights at issue in this case. South Africa reserves the right to revise, supplement, or amend the terms of this application, as well as the grounds evoked. Former Deputy Chief Justice Dikgang Moseneke will be part of the panel of judges who will hear the case. Sophie Mkwen, SABC News.
Media. There's another casualty of Israel on the airwaves of American television. Mehdi Hasan, the MSNBC host whose show was canceled, has announced he is officially leaving, it appears by choice, after MSNBC leadership took that decision. Here's what he had to say.
It's been an absolute blast doing this live show on MSNBC for the past 3 years with an amazing team of producers behind me and with all of you watching at home. It's been a privilege. It's been a pleasure. But as we begin 2024, with an election coming, a war still ongoing, and too many Trump trials, honestly, to even keep track of, and with this show going away, I've decided that it's time for me to look for a new challenge. Tonight is not just my final episode of The Mehdi Hasan Show. It's my last day with MSNBC. Yes, I've decided to leave. To be clear, I am so proud, so proud of what we've achieved on this show, on this network. And I can't thank you all enough for tuning in and for your support and for your feedback. But as I say, new year, new plans?
So my respect for Mehdi has gone up significantly. There was no way, in my opinion, he could stay there. Untenable situation. If he did, I mean, imagine being canceled for something he said. And specifically, whenever it's such a contentious issue that he clearly cares about a lot.
Oh,
and then
obviously,
they fired his ass. I mean, it's outrageous. So good for him. He should have left. That's the right thing to do. You have no other choice in this business.
And there's consequences
Yeah.
for him to leaving. I mean, Mehdi will never work in mainstream media again.
I assume he has children.
Absolutely,
family,
financially.
Like, pay a mortgage.
And who knows what provisions there are in his contract about how long he has to stay on the sidelines and a non-compete and a non-disclosure and all of that crap. It's not like you can just, unfortunately, these contracts are very binding on talent, probably in a way that's illegal and needs to be challenged. But in any case,
should be,
many people are pointing out, I think rightly so, that this cancellation of his show, which ultimately forces his hand and forces him to leave, comes after he has been a very clear dissident voice on the network in favor of Palestinian rights. And what Mehdi is kind of famous for, which we've shown you here a number of times, is he is genuinely a very effective interviewer. And, he pressed people like John Bolton on his show, for example. But this is a rumor, so I don't know if this is accurate, but there's a lot of suggestions that the decision to cancel his show came after a particularly contentious interview that we covered here on this show because it made significant news, in which he pressed a Bibi Netanyahu spokesperson on air about what they were doing in Gaza. Let's take a listen to a little bit of that.
It'll be good for the people of Gaza who deserve better than this terrible authoritarian extreme Hamas regime.
The people of Gaza who are still alive, as I say, more than 11,000 people dead, reported dead, 4,000 children. I just want to pull up on the screen.
Hamas's numbers.
You say Hamas's numbers. I should point out, just pull up on the screen. In the last two major Gaza conflicts, 2009 and 2014, the Israeli military's death tolls matched Hamas's health ministry death toll. So, and the UN human rights groups all agree that those numbers are credible.
They control all the images coming out of Gaza. Have you seen one picture of a single dead Hamas terrorist in the fighting in Gaza? Not one. Is that by accident, or is that because Hamas can control the information?
You asked me a question and you
Gaza.
said you would be brief. I haven't, you're right, but I have seen lots of children with my own lying eyes being pulled from the rubble.
Because they're the pictures Hamas wants you to see. Exactly my point.
They're dead,
they're the pictures Hamas wants.
But they're also people that your government has killed. You accept that, right? You've killed children, or do you deny that?
No, I do not. I do not. First of all, you don't know how those people died, those children.
Oh, wow.
First of all, we don't want to see a single child killed. Why does that give you permission to accept Hamas's numbers? I don't understand.
I didn't ask about Hamas numbers. I said to you that your military.
No, but you were quoting to me before Hamas numbers, Mehdi. You were quoting to me Hamas's numbers.
Because the entire UN and the human rights community and the American intelligence community on Friday said they trust those numbers. But you're dodging my question, Mark.
So you can see very heated. That's an extraordinary moment where
that was crazy.
Mehdi says, you are denying that you killed these children. Oh, I don't know how they died. I mean, that was wild. There was another moment in that interview we covered as well, where he was pressing him on some of the misinformation they got caught putting out. Specifically, remember this, what was just a calendar that was on the wall that they were like, oh, this is where Hamas is saying, they're logging in for their hostage watching duties. So he's very effective at this. It was shortly after this that his show gets canceled. We also know that the head of the ADL had gone on MSNBC and was going after Mehdi in particular, but all three of the Muslim anchors who have been critical of the Israeli response in Gaza. We also know that all three of those Muslim anchors were sidelined in different ways shortly after October 7th. So it surely seems like Mehdi is being punished for actually being good at his job and making powerful people uncomfortable.
As people can go watch, I got a lot of criticisms of the man, but I won't lay it here because I admire him for leaving. I think that's what you should do, especially when somebody is trying to censor you like this. And I genuinely, even though I disagree with him, I wish him the best. And I think that he'll probably do well in the independent space. And, we're happy to have him on the show anytime.
Yeah, if you dissent too much, cause too much friction with powerful people, cable news wants nothing to do with you. And Mehdi.
President Joe Biden is enlisting corporate media for his 2024 campaign, and he has some notes for reporters accusing them of being too nice to Donald Trump. Something the media is known for, of course. Now, according to Semaphore, Biden's re-election campaign has initiated a series of confidential visits for corporate media reporters and editors to their headquarters in Wilmington, Delaware. The purpose, they say, is to engage with key officials, including the campaign manager, deputies, and senior advisors, providing background briefings on campaign strategy.
The campaign will also use these sessions as an opportunity to address perceived inaccuracies in media coverage. According to sources familiar with the matter, campaign officials have utilized a coverage spreadsheet to outline areas where they believe reporting, particularly on former President Donald Trump, has been lacking. The campaign expresses dissatisfaction with what they perceive to be an excessive focus on Trump's legal issues, emphasizing a desire for more attention to his recent provocative statements on the campaign trail.
RFK Jr. responded to this reporting, writing on X, "We might as well call it state-run media because that is what corporate media becomes when it takes instructions from the state." Just this past December, Biden lamented the media's coverage of the economy. Let's take a look.
About the economy, sir, what's your outlook on the economy next year?
All good. Take a look. Start reporting it the right way.
So this is one of my favorite genres, the incumbent, and it happens with both parties, complaining that the media coverage is too negative. Obviously, Joe Biden wants the media to be celebrating more what he perceives as his considerable accomplishments and not have all this attention paid to the maybe recovering, but abysmal for some time state of the economy, all the disappointments that voters that you talk about have with his policies from a left standpoint, not being progressive enough, the dissatisfaction a lot of minority voters seem to have with President Biden, Muslim voters over the Israel situation, and so on and so forth, and then just even not particularly partisan or ideological voters seeming to not being able to stomach him being so old and manifesting the age question. But the media is covering it. Sorry.
Well, what's bizarre is that the specific editorial judgments that are being critiqued here aren't, oh, I wish you would talk more about my, the things that I've done for America in the last 3 years, or talk more about Trump being bad.
You're not beating up on Trump enough.
In the right way.
Yeah,
it's not even that you're not beating up on Trump enough. It's you're focusing too much on his legal woes and not enough on whatever provocative thing he recently said on the campaign trail.
That accusation is just frankly not true. The most recent controversial thing Donald Trump said, or that was crazy, was the idea that he was describing immigrants or damaging the blood of our country. That remark and the accusation that was out of Mein Kampf, that got wall-to-wall media coverage. It was a 2-week news cycle. I talked about it on I was on Fox's media recap Sunday morning show where we discussed it, and they played clips of all the other networks covering it as well. That one got some mileage. So I don't think you can fairly say that Trump is not being scrutinized for saying
that is true. But I'm sorry, that is true. But one, Trump kept saying it. So that's why I think the cycle lasted longer than it would have if he had just said it once. I believe he said it twice. And then secondly, I think even though that did get covered, it felt like an anomaly. It's been dwarfed. Come on. It's been dwarfed by the coverage of 1/6 insurrection. Is he going to jail? Is he going to get stripped from the ballot? The Maine story, the Colorado story. I mean, all of that is part and parcel of his legal woes.
Well, sure. Those are big news stories.
And they are. And I don't frankly fault journalists for covering those stories, but Joe Biden's campaign is faulting journalists for covering those stories, perhaps because he thinks that what hurts Trump more is being framed as a racist who thinks that immigrants are going to ruin the blood of our country, as opposed to this legal stuff, which maybe has run its course in terms of how many people are going to flip from him. And I think that you're seeing, I don't think that that's necessarily true.
No, I don't think it's true at all.
But I think that you're seeing it strategically. When you look at Joe Biden's behavior, the fact that he made a choice to go to South Carolina, to go to Mother Emanuel Church, to clearly try to appeal to Black America by, I would argue, exploiting a horrible mass shooting tragedy that happened there by a white supremacist. I do think that they're an indisputable white supremacist. I do think that there is a clear choice by the Biden administration, by the Biden campaign to say, we think that Trump is most vulnerable when you tie him to Charlottesville. You see this in the ad choices as well. We think that he's most vulnerable when you tie him to white supremacy, when you tie him to Dylann Roof, when you tie him to the Great Replacement theory. And regardless of what we think about strategically, that seems to be what's going on and why he's leaning on the press to talk about that angle as opposed to he might be going to jail.
Yeah, that seems similar to the Hillary Clinton campaign strategy, frankly, the deplorables, et cetera. The idea and the media they played ball with that narrative. We will portray Trump. I mean, I'm not saying portraying unfairly. He said a lot of incendiary things about immigrants, et cetera. Bad SHIT countries, that kind of stuff. But they covered that relentlessly. They thought that would be the thing that turned enough people away from Trump, is the rhetoric specifically surrounding race and some other things. It absolutely did not work in 2016. Some people will go further than that, say it not only did it not work, it backfired. I don't, obviously that was part of the Biden critique in 2020 as well, but my perception is that was not nearly front and center as it was for the Hillary Clinton campaign. It was more about basic competency and how bad the country had gotten, even frankly, over the last 6 months as COVID was enveloping. So it seems, and now they have this storyline, these tangible legal woes that while they certainly fire up the right a lot, they've created a rally around effect for Trump, seem to, again, whenever we do actual voting of kind of independent swing voters, people in battleground states, they don't like how Trump handled his election loss, and they don't like candidates that emphasize it, and they don't want to hear more from him on that. So you would think, if anything, leaning into the legal woes is a better strategy than rerunning the 2016 Hillary Clinton campaign playbook.
Yeah, what's interesting, there was a viral clip out of The View that was going around yesterday where Sunny Hostin actually criticized Joe Biden, saying that the thing that got me going, that got me in your camp, even though I was looking at a lot of different candidates in 2020, was your framing the soul of the nation. I have a hard time wrapping my brain around that, but let's just go with it.
Okay.
Obviously, that had some kind of appeal to some people. The idea that we were coming out of a divisive era with Donald Trump and that we were going to bring the country back together, and that Joe Biden was going to be the guy who did it. He wasn't a radical leftist. He was very condemnatory by the time the general election rolled around of the Black Lives Matter protests. He said we needed to fund the cops more. He's building Trump's border wall. He's done a lot of things, whether or not he should have done so, because it doesn't actually earn him any support from the right. But he's done a lot of things to be reaching across the aisle. He was supposed to be the conciliatory bridge building candidate. That was his claim to fame. And she says that the framing he's doing now, which is more MAGA bad, is frankly distasteful to her, even though clearly she's very much a critic of MAGA, because it doesn't feel like that inclusive, positive, more forward-looking strategy that he had back then. And if you have a critic like Sunny Hostin on The View saying something like that, maybe there's That's
a good point. There was a lot of the 2020 campaign for him was about, we're all so exhausted. It was the go back to normal. I mean, COVID was part of that. Yeah. There had obviously been a lot of protesting and disruption and rioting, and there was and we had to hear so much from Trump. The daily press conferences. There was an exhaustion, I think, in the country. There's just like, can we go back to a simpler time, a better time, even of like 2 years ago? And you didn't hear a lot from Joe Biden, but he was manifesting that let's just have things be regular again. And it seems like voters don't feel like they got that. And the choice before them is we're going to be exhausted no matter what, because our lives are just exhausting and we still have a lot of problems. So maybe he can't run that campaign again. But I don't know that
rigging the press isn't going to do it.
Haranguing the press to say Trump is a racist more often. I mean, there's no more guaranteed fail strategy than that.
And let's not forget the Hillary Clinton, the Podesta emails exposed how much there was a literal list of friendly journalists that they went to time and time again that generated exactly the kind of coverage that she wanted. And again, it wasn't just about anti-Trump coverage. It was also about rigging the Democratic primary and framing Bernie Sanders in a very particular light, which also backfired and created a cohort of the formerly democratically aligned coalition that is frankly saying, in the wake of especially the conduct in Gaza, no more, I'm never going to vote for a Democrat again. This is what they have sowed. And if he wants to control the discourse, he should consider what it would have meant to have a real primary where he had the nation's focus on him on a debate stage, actually defending what he's done for the past 3 years and articulating his vision for the next 4.
Amen to that. More Rising right after this.
It's election season, ladies and gentlemen. It just officially started. Christmas is out of the way. New Year's is out of the way. We have the national championship tonight being played. But after that's done, it's election season. All eyes are on Iowa. Unfortunately, we don't have a Democratic Party that believes in the democratic process, so nothing will be going on with their primary, but the Republican primary is going to be great. So this next segment, it's great because as the Democratic insiders and the party players are making their moves, the mainstream media now goes into play. I watched a little TV over the weekend, but this morning, the mainstream media was in full-blown panic mode. And I think the segment by Dana Bash that we're going to go over really laid it out, the blueprint on how the mainstream media is going to continuously attack Donald Trump. I want you to play a drinking game, guys. Put on any CNN or MSNBC show, and how many times they compare Trump to Hitler, you have to do a shot. If you can get through the first 20 minutes without a buzz, I think it'll be great. But let's go ahead and play this clip right here because it says so much. They lay it out. Why? Because they have nothing to talk about as far as accomplishments when it comes to Joe Biden.
I told y'all this was going to be their playbook. They was going to come out with that's all we're going to, Trump racist, Trump, that's all they're going to try. That's why Biden went to the black church and talk about white supremacy and all that nonsense, just to scare the hell out of black people to get nothing from the Democrats. That's their playbook.
So the only thing they can do is attack Donald Trump. Let's get to this clip over here with Dana Bash. We're going to play this bit by bit and talk about this. And you guys tell me where the lie and where the truth is, because it seems to be a lot of conjecture. Check it out. This is Dana Bash on CNN earlier today.
Invective and outright lies. That's what we heard from Donald Trump in Iowa this weekend. He held 4 events in the state ahead of the caucuses. He's got 4 more rallies planned there next weekend. And it's been a while since we heard this much from Trump on the trail. We want to give you a better sense of his rhetoric at these rallies. And we're going to start on Saturday in Newton, Iowa, where he brought up the Civil War.
I love studying if you take a look, the wars, I don't know what it is. The Civil War was so fascinating, so horrible, but so fascinating. It was, I don't know, it was just different. I just find it, I'm so attracted to seeing it. So many mistakes were made. See, there was something I think could have been negotiated, to be honest with you. I think you could have negotiated that. All the people died. So many people died. I think it's, Abraham Lincoln. Of course, if you negotiated it, you probably wouldn't even know who Abraham Lincoln was. He would have been president, but he would have been president. He wouldn't have been the Abraham Lincoln. Would have been different, but that would have been okay. It would have been a thing that, and I know it very well. I know the whole process that they went through, and they just couldn't get along. And that would have been something that could have been negotiated, and they wouldn't have had that problem. But it was a hell of a time.
How he would negotiate the end of slavery, what he considers negotiable there, he did not say.
A little bit of your confirmation bias out there for your Democratic insiders, right? Oh, he doesn't care about slavery. The fact that slavery was ended, we needed to fight that Civil War no matter what to make sure we end slavery. He's a racist, Donald Trump. That's what they're going to say. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if you know this. A lot of people, when they're asked that question, if you're playing Trivia or Pursuit, or you're just talking or doing a crossword puzzle, and maybe you might get the question, in which war did we lose the most American lives? It is the Civil War. Every single war, if there's a chance to negotiate out, every single war, if there's a chance to stop the killing and the bloodshed, there should be. And, what he was just doing was just talking about the fact, and I think this is something that it's a little crazy that the Democrats did worse than Donald Trump and the Republicans when he was in office, and that's the art or the act of war. The Democrats, as soon as Joe Biden got into power, we were going to war with Russia. Everything that happened in Kiev in 2014 came to fruition with that little pause when Donald Trump was there. He didn't take the bait. He did kill Soleimani, but he didn't take the bait and attack Iran. And even though he didn't end any wars, he didn't start any new ones. Well, Joe Biden is like, hold my beer when it comes to starting new wars. He started one in Kiev. He's backing Israel up all the way. He is war friendly. Joe Biden has been for war since he's been in office since 1973. There hasn't been a war that Joe Biden hasn't loved. So when Donald Trump is having this rhetoric right over here and he's talking, what's wrong with that? We should negotiate any chance we get. If it stops the bloodshed, then negotiations should go through. I don't see anything wrong that Donald Trump said over here, but Dana Bash and the Democrats, they have to find a way to twist everything and anything to make Donald Trump look like a racist, a warmonger, just an evil, awful, bad man. Listen to the next clip, because they're going to be hitting this whole civil war thing for the next week. But once they get the feedback, when people are going, that's just nothing but a bunch of guff and hot air that you're trying to spat out there, they'll move on to the next thing, trying to nitpick his every word from every single rally. Look at this next clip.
The former president also attacked E. Jean Carroll, the woman who Trump was found liable for defaming and sexually abusing.
And if I didn't run, or if I was in 5th place or something, I would have had no indictments. This is all political stuff, including the women's stuff. The Bergdorf Goodman. I meet a woman outside of Bergdorf Goodman. I took her upstairs to a changing booth. It was all made up. And you know who's financing it? Reid Hoffman, their #1 political donor. Reid Hoffman, big fat slob. And I never use the word fat, not even with Christie. In fact, with Christie, but this guy I'll call a fat slob. I met a woman in front of Bergdorf Goodman, took her up to a changing booth right outside where the cash register is. This is New York City. Why didn't you scream? I was in trauma.
Again, a jury listened to her arguments in a court of law and decided that Donald Trump was liable.
So there you go. They want to keep this particular story live. Remember, the whole Donald Trump is accused of sexual rape from so many women. And really, when you look at a lot of the court cases and stuff, this is the only one that had some movement in a civil case, not in a criminal case. But if they can keep that kind of rhetoric going, that narrative that Donald Trump is a racist, that Donald Trump is a rapist, they're going to keep it going. So you can see the first 2 clips, one right after the other. They're trying to keep a lot of what these people felt, the mainstream felt, was just dead stories. They're trying to keep them alive. How else could they defame the man if they don't keep these old rhetorics alive? Listen to the third clip, because this is going to be a blueprint, ladies and gentlemen, which you will see with the next couple of weeks leading up throughout the primaries. And a lot of people feel within the next 3 primaries, by the time we get through South Carolina, it's going to be all said and done, that the Republican primary, they're just running to be the vice president. Take a look at this next clip, at this next attempt of defaming Donald Trump.
Trump also revived his mocking of the late John McCain for an injury McCain sustained from being beaten while he was a prisoner of war for 5.5 years during the Vietnam War.
We're going to fight for much better health care than Obamacare. Obamacare is a catastrophe. Nobody talks about it. You know, without John McCain, we would have had it done. But John McCain, for some reason, couldn't get his arm up that day. Remember? He goes that like that. That was the end of that.
And here he is.
And before we get to the next part, which is very, very similar, they're going to continue to do this. Donald Trump, not only is he a racist, not only is he a rapist, he's a bully. Remember the reporter when he did the whole thing and they just would not stop playing that clip over and over? Look at Donald Trump. He's such a nasty human being. He's making fun of poor John McCain when John McCain, another guy who couldn't find a war he didn't love, when he's making fun of John McCain. And we know they had this back and forth. But since when is CNN and MSNBC, the leftist media, well, since when are they in the business of defending war criminals? When Donald Trump came along. But as a bully, let's play this next clip because it's more of the same. The blueprint from Dana Bash.
That was the end of that.
And here he is at 2 rallies talking about President Biden, who had a well-known stuttering problem when he was younger.
Crooked Joe is staging his pathetic fear-mongering campaign event in Pennsylvania today. Did you see him? He was stuttering through the whole thing. He's going he's a threat to democracy. I'm a threat. They've weaponized government. He's saying, I'm a threat to democracy. He's a threat to democracy. Well, okay. Couldn't read the word. He says, I'm a dictator. It's so insulting. You know, actually, it's insulting. But he's a threat. You know, they call he's a threat to he doesn't even know what the word means. He's a threat to democracy. Define democracy, Joe. That's not a fair question. No, the guy can't find steps to a platform. He makes a speech. He can never find the damn steps. Look, the steps, or you jump out the front if you have to. You can't do that. You have to leave. You know, when you make a speech, his speeches last about 3 minutes. You know why? Because he runs out of fuel. He runs out of fuel. The fuel doesn't last very long.
Show me the lie. Every single time we see Joe Biden on the stage, we just hope the fact that he can find the right way off. Joe Biden, oh my Lord. I mean, Donald Trump, you know, is telling it like it is. I mean, show me the lie there. I think a lot of us are embarrassed that Joe Biden is the representative of the United States, that Joe Biden is our president, and Donald Trump is just doing what any political opponent would do. This guy is running out of gas. Is he even calling the shots? Does Joe Biden know where he's at? Ladies and gentlemen, there's highlight films of Joe Biden falling down on Air Force One numerous amounts of times. So they're doing this because they have nothing to run on themselves. And they're hoping that the United States populace will pay attention to more of the negative rather than the positive. So, I mean, even when you have to line these candidates up, Trump versus Joe Biden, I still think there's a lot more positives coming out of Donald Trump. Not saying that I would vote for him or he's my guy, but the Democrats and Joe Biden have nothing to run on. So that's why Dana Bash and CNN and MSNBC, and if you turn the channels, ladies and gentlemen, on mainstream media, you'll see the same type of rhetoric across the board. But wait, there's more. We got to also make sure we pay attention to all these lawsuits that are going on, the way they've weaponized the State Department, right? So let's play the rest of this clip from Dana Bash.
And this is Trump repeating his praise for the authoritarian ruler of China, Xi Jinping.
Somebody asked me, is President Xi of China? Now he controls 1.4 billion people ruthlessly. Ruthlessly. No games, right? They said, is President Xi of China a brilliant man? I said, yes, he is. He's a brilliant man. Next thing, Trump said President Xi is brilliant. I said, yeah, I did. They want me to say, no, he's not a very smart guy. You know, he just runs 1.4 billion people with an iron fist.
Donald Trump and the Republicans are anti-China as can be. Even their new populist guy, Vivek Ramaswamy, is anti-Trump. But how crazy is it that the Democrats are trying to anti-China Donald Trump, trying to be more hawkish and bullyish on China than Donald Trump? It's just crazy. You know, even when Donald Trump says the China virus, you know, I think that's out of line. But here are the Democrats, the leftist media, being more pro-war than Donald Trump and the conservatives. Everything is turned upside down. And finally, the last clip and the last part of this right over here, the blueprint on how to go after Donald Trump, because you got nothing positive, nothing at all to talk about in a positive manner when it comes to Joe Biden.
And he spent time at multiple rallies downplaying the insurrection on January 6, 2021, defending those who rioted, defiled the Capitol, and tried to stop the peaceful transfer of power.
They ought to release the J6 hostages. They've suffered enough. They ought to release them. I call them hostages. Some people call them prisoners. I call them hostages. Release the J6 hostages, Joe. Release him, Joe. You can do it real easy, Joe. This guy, what he's done to people. And Antifa knocks the hell out of Portland, takes over parts of Seattle, destroys Minneapolis. So I didn't send in the soldiers, Minneapolis, you wouldn't even have Minneapolis, right? The whole thing is just very unfair. But those J6 hostages going to jail for 20 years and 18 years and 12, doctors, lawyers, carpenters, electricians, truck drivers. It's one of the saddest things. It'll go down as one of the saddest things in the history of our country. And they went there to protest a rigged election. And now when the facts are in, they see it is a rigged election. You saw the numbers come out last week. It was a rigged election. And those people have to be, many of them, I guess there's some. By the way, there was Antifa and there was FBI. There were a lot of other people there too, leading the charge.
They were not the FBI. There is no evidence of that. What the evidence shows, what we all saw with our own eyes, which you can see on the screen right now, people egged on by Donald Trump to falsely believe the election was stolen. And they are not hostages. We all know too well what hostages are. Hostages are hundreds of people brutally taken from Israel into Gaza on October 7th. At least 8 Americans are still hostages. Those who are in American prisons for storming the Capitol are there because they were convicted in courts of law or will get due process, and no amount of rebranding will change the facts.
And there it is, that J6 event that the Democrats and the left can't let go of. Ladies and gentlemen, I happened to be at the Capitol that day, and I can tell you that it was not an insurrection. What happened? A lot of pro-Second Amendment gun nuts forgot to bring the guns when they're trying to overturn the Capitol. And listen, this is a brilliant move from Donald Trump. A lot of his supporters felt he dragged his feet when it came to the J6 hostages, which he's calling them now, not prisoners. And I've met people like Ashley Babbitt's mom and a lot of the husbands and wives whose loved ones are locked up for what happened on that day. And I think a lot of people on the populist right believe that that was not an insurrection whatsoever. Yes, it's confirmation bias that they keep repeating about the J6 situation as an insurrection, but that's only a small amount of the public that really believes it. Even the independents that are leaning left and leaning right now, they don't even believe that it was an insurrection. And a lot of people do believe, as they see these Ray Epps tapes and situations of others like the Oath Keepers, that there were a lot of feds there that day. So when he's saying this, he's actually winning a lot of points, not only from his base, but from people who feel like they're overplaying this card when it comes to J6. Not even Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez crying is going to help them in this situation. But they have to nitpick on every little thing he says, because why? The left and the Democrats, including Joe Biden, have nothing to run on. Most of the country feel that Joe Biden has failed. His disapproval rating keeps shooting up, and his approval rating from the Democrats keeps shooting down. So I think this is a genius move by Donald Trump to call these prisoners hostages. And even though they say that they'll get their due process in courts, a lot of people feel it's been unjust, that they haven't gotten due process, that they've been locked up too long. So watch every single rally, everything he goes to, they're going to try to give their confirmation bias to their base. They're going to keep repeating their lies and hope it sticks, because they have nothing to hold on to right now. And it looks like Donald Trump will be back in play.
as possible. But after that will be exclusively available on Rumble with Sally's Army is Legion, Lord Gigglesnort, Free Thinking Moron, and Zach 1328. Because to speak freely about a subject like Jeffrey Epstein and his potential CIA involvement requires a trusted community. For us to postulate, posit, and speculate on what is going on in that synagogue tunnel in New York City, a story that I learned about when I was doing a live stream with my Awakened Wonders community.
Very deep story, man, about them tunnels up under this synagogue in New York. I'm gonna have to find out what's going on, dig a little deeper, but I'm gonna have to start utilizing my Rumble account too to take this type of stuff out of here before they try to come after and destroy this channel. But this is very, very interesting, and they're not gonna be able to get away with this. Too many alternative channels picking this up.
locals. And I see that Firegirl 2020 is there right now, and art by Wendy Klein and Laura P. They told me, what's this story about the tunnels in the synagogue? So we looked into that, and I'd love to know your theories. What exactly is going on in that tunnel? It's an extraordinary archetypal tale. What goes on beneath the streets? So we'll be on YouTube for a little bit, then we'll be on Rumble. Remember, download the app and subscribe and give us a like. We really need subscribers on Rumble as well. Scroll up, guys. Thank you. So let's have a look, shall we, at this synagogue story. Remember, you can join us. You can join us on YouTube. But get over to Rumble, please, pretty swiftly.
A synagogue in the New York City erupted into chaos over the discovery of a secret underground tunnel. Jewish synagogue members clashed with the New York Police Department to prevent the tunnel.
I firstly like this Indian news channel a great deal. I find it extraordinarily enjoyable. I like the cadence, and I like that the nations and continents are elevated.
Now, okay, I started off the program showing this because that was the only major news station, and it was in India, who was even headlining this story.
From Golden Oceans.
From being sealed off. Well, construction workers arrived on Monday to fill an illegal tunnel at the headquarters. Young Orthodox Jewish men climbed into the path to block the closure of the tunnel. The tunnel reportedly runs from the main synagogue to a now closed building next door. The motive behind its existence remains unclear as of now. It is also not known why the synagogue members reacted so chaotically to the arrivals of the authorities.
Why is the reaction so chaotic? Have we got that other clip where indeed it is chaotic? That's at the end of this, is it? I have been in synagogues before. I've been in mosques before. I've been in cathedrals and churches. There are many ways to reach God. And I think at a time like this, we should be looking to reach God in as many ways as possible. This is an extraordinary event. These worshippers are very passionate about that tunnel. I want to know why they are so passionate. What's going on in that tunnel? It's extraordinary down there. Later on in the show, we're going to be talking a little more about recent Epstein revelations, a few more revelations today with the claim that there are tapes, scattered tapes, including contributions from some pretty high profile people. Also, we're going to be looking at the possibility that Epstein was a CIA operative. Was he a CIA operative? We talked about that a little bit yesterday. Many of you think that's a distinct possibility. We also want to talk about Albert Bourla's $43 billion moonshot part 2 gamble that turbo cancers are the future. Have you guys heard about this? Have you heard that Albert Bourla believes that the future is turbo cancers? And we do know that some recent medical interventions appear to have exacerbated certain cardiovascular conditions. Is it possible that oncology will be similarly affected by recent medical interventions? Certainly, I'm not in a position to present you verifiable data to that effect, but it is true that cancer in young people is on the rise. Daniel Hall, Albert Bourla, wish I was a little bit taller. Yes, indeed. So let's first of all have a little look at a wonderful and rare moment of honest, truthful reporting and confrontational. Have a look at this journalist talking to Justin Trudeau, whose the first syllable of his name denies his whole way of life. Have a look at this conversation and the moment where Justin Trudeau is confronted with the fact that people don't like him. It's really rather blunt and fascinating.
And I understand wanting to advance that agenda, and that it's hard to let go of being in power once you're in. But historically, Canadian prime ministers don't get elected 4 times in a row, and people are being very clear that they don't like you in these polls.
People are frustrated right now.
No, people aren't frustrated. They don't like you. Don't try and turn it to frustration. They don't like you, and they don't like your little yellow and black socks.
But on a personal level, I made a commitment in 2015 to a whole bunch of young people who came out to vote for the very, very first time that we were going to be doing the right kinds of things to secure the promise of this country in a way that people were worried about.
In a sense, Justin Trudeau is the epitome of the neoliberal politician who speaks the language of tolerance and diversity, but legislates for tyranny, briefly acknowledging that he admired the new Chinese statist autocracy. Do you remember that moment? Do you remember that moment? And maybe the reason that Justin Trudeau is not popular is because of extraordinary moments like this. Did you see when Rebel News tried to interview Chrystia Freeland? Chrystia Freeland, she of the sarcastic name. Chrystia Freeland is a significant political figure in Canada, Deputy Prime Minister. Of course, you will be familiar, I believe, with her ancestral connections to a little old party called the Nazis. I think that's like, I mean, you know, we're still on YouTube. I think her grandfather was in the Nazis, is that right? And certainly in Parliament in Canada, they did applaud an actual Nazi. Have a look at this moment where Rebel News reporter David Menzies wants to interview, or at least doorstep. Now, I myself have been on the wrong end of the media on numerous times. The legacy media can be extremely disruptive and intrusive. They do not respect your personal space. But have a look at this. This is simply, in a sense, an attempt to interview Chrystia Freeland, who you would imagine might be, from her name, an elfine utopian governing one of the principalities or shires in a Tolkien-esque wonderland, but seems in reality to be somewhat affiliated with Nazism. Here's look at her acolytes preventing her from being confronted with a microphone.
Why is your government supporting Islamo-Nazism? What? What are you doing?
You're under arrest for assault. Why are you pushing me? You're under arrest for assault. You're under arrest for assault.
Much more aggressive, isn't it, than what he did? He was sort of like rather meekly and in an adorable fedora trying to sort of use a, excuse me, why exactly? I can't even remember what his question was, but he was slammed in. I'm going to go back a little bit and have a look at that, because look at the moment where he's trying to interview an elected official paid for by taxpayer money. That doesn't look that confronting. Let's have a look. Oh, excuse me.
Why is your government supporting Islamo-Nazism? What? What are you doing?
You're under arrest for assault. Why are you pushing me? You're under arrest for assault. You're under arrest for assault. Please.
So that person there, the presumably is a police officer, has arrested him for assault. Did he get arrested for assault? That's pretty heavy, wasn't it? Night Prowler 636. The Nazis were lefty. Yeah, socialist, not right wing. Yes, National Socialism. Okay, but I think we can agree amongst ourselves that the Nazis were a bad force in global politics due to, among other things, that hideous genocide. Now, let's just see how the rest of this tape plays out.
Police, you're under arrest. How am I under arrest? You bumped into me. You pushed into me. You bumped. I was just.
That's how. That's just from. I've never seen that before. You pushed into me, sir. He knows already that he's gone too far, doesn't he? You pushed into me, sir, which, as you know, is assault. Like, I think they shouldn't be able to hide behind legal language. I think they should. You are under arrest for pushing into me, sir. If they had to use the sort of playground discourse that they use when they're beginning to retract their initial statement and apologize. Hey, I love you too, wifey 2010. Keep the comments coming, guys. And remember to subscribe to our channel and give us a little like if you're watching us on Rumble. If you're in our Awakened Wonder community there, Do It Better From Now, or Monkey Mind, or Fire Girl 2020, or Maximatitis 444, or S Range IDE, I tell you now, you are most welcome and you are well loved. Yeah, he's already starting to retract it. It looks like they've got a legal fight there. Stand with David. God bless him. Stand with David and his adorable fedora.
I got my credentials here and you just bumped into me. So excuse me.
You're under arrest.
What is your name and your badge?
He's all adrenalized, isn't he? Police, you're under arrest for pushing me. Sir, earlier when we paid scissor, paper, stones, those scissors on your fingers, although they were actually your scissors, very much hurt the paper. I mean, that's the most juvenile accusation I've encountered. Now, there are some further documents, allegedly, about some of the Epstein list. Like, is it possible that you could go to Epstein Island for just some innocent fun? It's saying that Bill Clinton, like most people by now know that he's a sort of loved a trip to the archipelago. Bill Clinton, never happier than when he's on an island. Also, Richard Branson. That's interesting. He's got his own island. I mean, what was he getting out of it? Let's have a look at, I think this is some legacy media reporting on the subject. Again, what is interesting to us is not the salacious, prurient interest in the consensual sexual activity of famous people, but what's going on with this guy's ties to powerful people. And indeed, how did he end up unpersoned in a cell? We think that Copperfield was involved.
This all comes from a previously sealed deposition from an Epstein victim, Sarah Ransom. She claims there are sex tapes of former President Bill Clinton, Prince Andrew, and media mogul Richard Branson, and that all three of those men can be clearly identified. On top of that, she claims she has copies of these tapes and scattered them throughout different secret locations in Europe just in case anything bad actually happened to her.
Scattered them around different locations, kind of like a treasure hunt. But a sex tape treasure hunt around the world. What was that term you guys used earlier? Geocaching, but with sex tapes. Oh dear. But then look, the story gets this treasure hunt gets a little more dubious.
She said only one other person knows those locations, but there's also questions now about the credibility of this whistleblower and if those tapes actually do exist. An article from the New Yorker from 2019 shows that Ransom reportedly admits she made up the whole story about those tapes. The news story states, quote, she had invented the tapes to draw attention to Epstein's behavior and to make him believe that she had evidence that would come out if he harmed me. We also dug up a separate email from Ransom retracting some of those statements, although at the time she claimed that she was retracting those statements because she feared retaliation.
Okay. Any response from the Clinton camp, from President Clinton or anybody close to him from any of this?
Right. As you know, that's one of the first things that we have to do. We reached out to President Clinton's team to see if they had any response to these new allegations.
Go on, surprise me. What did they say?
That there are tapes of him having sex with an unnamed.
I mean, that is not good, is it? That is not a good look. There's actual tapes. Are there, though? What will that treasure hunt reveal? Extraordinary. As a matter of fact, extraordinary that like, if you think about it, if you're like my age, and I am, there's like Alex Jones and David Icke, who we're working out getting on the show. David Icke is suffering for a tragic, sad loss of a member of his family, his daughter, and our condolences, sincere condolences go out to David Icke and his family for that loss. But I would really like to speak with David Icke because what fascinates me about David Icke is he was saying this stuff for 20 or 30 years. He's certainly received a lot of condemnation and a lot of attacks. And I don't think you have to agree with everything someone says to be fascinated by their bravery and in some cases their perspicacity. The fact is we have just had a global event that seems extraordinary. We continue to report about that. And what would he? And he did say, "Oh, lots of powerful people are involved in like these sex rings and stuff." And I don't know, man. More and more of this stuff appears to be true. So I hope we get to have a conversation about David Icke about that pretty soon. But let's get back to this sex tape treasure hunt that's being called the new Pokemon Go.
Epstein victim. One of the most damning allegations, Connell, within that deposition is that not only was she silenced by the Clinton campaign, but also that the Clinton Foundation, that church.
The Clinton family silencing people. I don't know about that. I've not heard any stories of that nature.
Charitable organization paid her off to force that silence, but as of right now, we haven't heard back yet from Clinton's team.
Hey, that person that's posting about La Reina, we are looking at that, but if you've got any sort of good stuff on that, a lot of people talking about like in the La Reina fire, some dubious stuff went down. We're looking at those kind of stories. We're trying our level best. But as you know, even though we want to report truthfully and in a passionate and enthusiastic way, and even though we're not afraid to speculate, and even though we know that in order to convey the information that's going to arm us to challenge establishment narratives, we're going to have to take risks. We also want to be careful careful because it's vital that we maintain our credibility with our audience. Yeah, Sticker Mule. Where are Sticker Mule these days? They've not. Sometimes I end up advertising Sticker Mule. They don't need to pay me. I just love the stickers. It is a nice fedora, says Cosmo58. Questioning's now an assault, says Jim Earthsea. A gateway to a world of distraction. Oh, yeah, you're talking about the tunnel. Oh, the tunnel, yeah. That is an extraordinary tunnel. Okay, so our man Madison Cawthorn has revealed that blackmail and honeypots are frequently used in Congress. Now, I don't particularly like the phrase honeypots. I prefer honey traps. Honey traps, many of you will be familiar with, it's a sort of a blackmail technique where the offer of sex is put up and people are often filmed in compromising positions. That's what the sort of Pokemon Go sex tape treasure hunt thing is all about. Well, Madison Cawthorn is saying that honeypots and blackmail are frequently used by deep state agencies and organizations to control members of Congress. What I think is fascinating about the time we live in is these things are being consistently reported on now. How can they ever regain, yet let alone maintain, the kind of control that they used to have over the minds of the population? Do you know anybody out there now that watches the legacy media and accepts it as truth as they sip and sup on that weak gruel of treachery and deception? Do they still think, oh yeah, everything is as it seems, everything is okay, you can trust the government, you can trust the legacy media? Plainly they have no skin in the game in repressing dissenting voices and shutting down opposition. They want to report truthfully and honestly. As these stories continue to tumble out, we're able to piece together a mosaic of the previously concealed reality, we become harder and harder to control. This movement is growing and you are a vital component. That's why, if you can, you should become an Awaken Wonder. Over there on Locals, we do additional content. Yes, we read the great books. Yes, we're trying to awaken together, pursue the Tao, study the Gita, but we're also talking about new social and economic models, how we will form them together, and we're creating in real life events. Let's have a look at Madison Cawthorn saying that Congress is what does he call it? A sort of a cesspit of honeypots, which sounds like, I don't know, sort of a surf and turf of the blackmail land.
And all of a sudden, they're very interested in you. Just know that that person is probably there on purpose, and they're very good at their job, and they are trying to put you in a compromising position.
He's very beefy, isn't he? Am I right in thinking he's a wheelchair user, this guy? His upper body, I think he would be described as hench. Now, some people are saying that they can see you, Gareth, in the reflection in the window. We don't usually show Gareth till we hit 20,000. We're a few hundred off that now, so please avert your eyes from Gareth. He's a treat. He's a honeypot.
And so, honeypot. Yep, honeypot. And I have
honeypot. It's just a honeypot.
found that the most common thing in Washington.
Is this who Chappelle was joking about in his special? Is it him when he was saying like about the orgies and stuff? Let me know in the chat.
That is used to blackmail you for, and I can't, with whatever organization it's from, within our own government, is honeypots.
Within our own
I
government.
don't like the phrase honeypots.
So our own government agency is doing this. In order to have what? Like leverage on a member of Congress?
Leverage, yeah. I mean, you just saw that the FBI just got a building bigger than the Pentagon built for them.
Yeah.
Better give us a building bigger than the goddamn Pentagon, or I'm going to honeypot you right where it hurts.
And I mean, and then all of a sudden, think about it. 10 days before the vote was supposed to happen, it was likely it was not going to pass. 10 days.
Second CH says, read Whitney Webb. Whitney is coming on the show next week. One of the journalists who's way ahead of the curve on the Epstein matters, Whitney Webb. She'll be on next week.
Before the vote was going to happen, they then, a story got leaked. Things don't get leaked from the FBI. A story got leaked that the FBI had been investigating a brothel in Virginia that is a very high-class brothel. It's $25,000 a night to get in, and just all the, elites that would go there and all these things. And it said several members of Congress are on the list. But if you notice, they didn't release the names of those members of Congress. And what it was, and you can just take
all that stuff going on, do you think it's a little hypocritical to feign such deep outrage when those protesters entered the Capitol building, staying well within the velvet ropes, as Norm MacDonald, God rest his soul, pointed out, as if it's a terrible transgression? When they're like, we saw that tape of people having sex. That was somewhere in the cross-congressional or somewhere within the Senate institution, certainly. There's all of this sort of corruption. We know they're betting on companies and investing in stocks and shares that they invest in. Now we'd find out from our man that the whole place is riddled with honeypots. Where is the outrage coming from? What are these institutions that are being protected? I think we have to remind ourselves, was it your President Jefferson that said there's got to be a revolution every generation, otherwise the corruption will become immersive? If you're watching us on YouTube, we'll be available for a few more minutes before striding mightily off into the deep blue streams of freedom that are Rumble, for we value free speech. There's 20,000 of us watching live, nearly 21,000 watching live, participating in this movement, or you could get over onto the Awaken Wonder local stream where we give all sorts of additional access because we value the support you give us. We love you. Let's have a look at, hey, do you think, a lot of people do, that Michelle Obama will at the last moment replace our man, and now what is that lovely old gentleman, Joseph Biden, as the candidate for the Democrat Party? Because he doesn't seem willing to stand in any primaries, does he? He doesn't seem willing to debate. Even in his own message, I support this message, he doesn't sound like committed to it. I know a lot of you have said that it's a sort of a third Obama term anyway, but I feel that the visible emblems of political power are not as significant as the ulterior forces that govern them, i.e. this essentially the uni-party message. Same in our country as yours. But do you think that Michelle Obama is a potential Democrat Party leader? Certainly, she said on our friend Jay Shetty's podcast that she is disturbed or terrified by the prospect of the 2024 election. Let's have a look at that.
Former First Lady Michelle Obama said, and this, obviously was very significant. She's raising some alarm bells as far as 2024 is concerned. She says she's terrified, her word, terrified about the election. Listen to this.
What's going to happen in this next election? I am terrified about what could possibly happen because our leaders matter. Who we select, who speaks for us, who holds that bully pulpit. It affects us in ways that
Bully pulpit? Who holds that bully pulpit? Who's holding that bully pulpit? That's what I want to know. Let me know what bully pulpit's being held, you guys in the chat. Now, hey, listen, we've got a few interesting subjects to cover. From my country, we're talking about how our passport data is being stolen and utilized, archived and exploited in spite of assurances that our data was safe. Remember that. They're always telling you this data is only going to be used for medical reasons or for this or that. They're forever exploiting it. Also, we've got an extraordinary story in our country where the post office essentially had some sort of IT glitch and 700 mail workers ended up in jail. Well, not 700 ended up in jail. They ended up with criminal convictions and a significant number ended up in jail. Our country's pretty crazy. I don't know what your postal service is like, but our postal service jails its own workers every time they could, switch the bloody computer on and off again. Should we watch the rest of a little bit more of Michelle Obama?
sometimes I think people take for granted.
Very stark warning from her about the challenges that Democrats face coming up in November.
Right. Yeah, look, she's never been shy about these kinds of things. And it also, don't forget that her husband, Barack Obama, recently met with Joe Biden and gave some advice about what he ought to do with his campaign. That is, maybe move some of the people from the White House to the campaign. And so I think, this is a couple that talks to each other. And I think you can presume that.
If you're watching this on YouTube now, you are missing a fantastic chat over there in Rumble. Get into it. And over on the locals chat, there's some pretty fascinating, nuanced stuff going on in there as well. Have you seen Donald Trump's latest stand-up set? He does a pretty good Emmanuel Macron. This is the kind of populist discourse that is making Democrat rhetoric seem pretty redundant. Here he is.
Macron, do you know Macron? He's a very nice guy, Macron. And really a very nice guy. I said, Emmanuel, how are you? He said, fine. I said, I heard you're going to charge American companies 25% to do things in Mexico. Who else are you doing? Well, nobody yet, but we will do other. I said, no, but you're not going to do it, Emmanuel. You're not going to, no, Donald, it has already passed. I said, well, you better unpass it, because if you don't unpass it, you're going to pay a 100% tariff on all wines and champagnes that are shipped into the United States starting tonight. No, you cannot do that, Donald. You cannot do that.
Donald.
I said, I can do that. In fact, I'm just signing it right now. No. Okay, Donald, look, okay, we're not going to do it. That was the end of it, Mike. That was the end of it. It was so easy.
So easy. Fantastic stuff. Hey, you know that Fauci is now facing an inquiry. You're aware of that, but it is what do we call it? Clandestine. It's private. It's not public. Isn't he a public official? Wasn't the pandemic a public event? Why is Fauci sitting for 2 days of depositions to explain his role in funding the Wuhan Institute of Virology, his efforts to debunk the lab leak theory, COVID mandates, federal censorship, a global propaganda campaign, including musical numbers across all channels, shaming of various groups, including some of the most vulnerable people by their rhetoric in America? Extraordinary stuff. What kind of questions? Let me know in the chat what kind of questions you'd like to see Anthony Fauci asked and who you'd like to see ask him. Let me know. Let me know in the chat. Let's have a look.
Joe, any insight into Fauci's testimony today?
Well, I can tell you, Nicole, it's really expansive because you've got hours and hours of interviews that he's doing right now behind closed doors, as we mentioned, basically all day. Dr. Fauci on Capitol Hill from 9 a.m. today through 6 o'clock in the evening, and he's going to do the same thing tomorrow. And we're told that what the focus of—
I like his henchman. Look at that guy. It's sort of Dave Grohl, kind of Danny Trejo looking dude there that's rolling with Fauci. You know, you would have seen that video we did, which I'm quite proud of, where we showed Fauci with a BBC journalist. It was like a date between the two of them. She had an hour with him. All she asked him was, why was he so ripped and how did he get his biceps looking so vascular and glorious? And you're not worried that the injection may migrate from the site. We've got some interesting content coming later this week about turbo cancers and Brett Weinstein's notion that as many as 17 million people could have died from medical interventions in the last couple of years. Now, because we're still streaming on YouTube, we can't go into too much detail. Put the 30-second countdown up, if you would, before we continue with this Fauci story. But later in the show, we're going to be in depth looking at the possibility that Epstein was a CIA agent. We're going to be revealing that the CIA have operated honey traps or honey pots or little honey pies for many years, and they've funded some extraordinary activity in order to generate entrapment. We'll be covering that. That's all, as well as some of this stuff, this Brett Weinstein 70 million death thing. Click the link in the description if you're on YouTube. Join us now on Rumble for the whole thing. Stay free.
Go figure. Follow me.